The Senate will come to order. Mr. Schauffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson, Doherty, Exum,
Good morning, sir.
Frizzell,
Excused.
Gonzalez, Henriksen, Judah, Kipp, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Marchman, Michelson-Genet, Mullica,
Excused.
Belton B, Belton R, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Winter, Zamora Wilson, Frizzell, Mr. President.
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Zamora Wilson, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schauffler, please add Senator Mullica to the roll. Approval of the journal. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of Sunday, August 24th, 2025, be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. But the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 4, correctly revised, House Bill 1001, 1003, and 1005, correctly re-revised, House Bill 1002, correctly enrolled, Senate Bill 1, 2, and 3.
Majority Leader Rodriguez. Special orders, second reading of the
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that special orders calendar lay over until later in the day.
The motion is to lay over the special order segment of bills calendar later in the day. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The special order segment of bills calendar will lay over until later in the day. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Mr. Schauffler, please read the title of House Bill 1005.
House Bill 1005 by Representatives Woodrow and McCormick and Senators Kipp and Winter, concerning the elimination of the sales tax vendor fee that retailers are authorized to retain in connection with collecting and remitting state sales tax and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I move the bill, I just have a few things I'd like to set straight after yesterday's debate. First of all, I believe that every single person, to a person in this room, supports our small businesses here in Colorado. I firmly believe that. I believe that people on both sides of the aisle have small businesses, have run small businesses, and we are all supportive of our small business community. I want to emphasize that my co-prime and I, along with our House sponsors, have made commitments to our small business, our restaurants and retailers, to continue the conversations of how we can best support our small business community going into the 2026 session. But I also want to say that nobody wants overly burdensome regulations on businesses, but we all, or at least some of us, think that other things are fair. Fair wages, respect for workers, safety, right? There are things that I believe are non-negotiable when it comes to running a business. But we are committed to having these future conversations. We don't want our workers to have to rely on social safety nets like SNAP and Medicaid, which some of our workers, sadly, even though they are employed, have to rely on the social safety nets because of inadequate pay. Additionally, I want to make it clear why we are here today, why we continue to be here in special session. Because our budget was balanced on July 3rd. On July 4th, when the big bad billionaires bill was signed into law in Washington, D.C., our state budget became over $1 billion out of balance. We lost that much revenue. That is the reason we are here. And every dollar we are able to retain during this special session is a dollar that means that we don't have to make painful cuts to our most vulnerable populations going forward, to our public schools, to our safety net programs and other critical services. The only reason the state is projected to be back above the Tabor cap next fiscal year is because tax credits for our most vulnerable families are temporarily turned off due to the budget situation. So this idea that we have some kind of huge surplus after this year, that's just not the case. That is not a fact. What does this bill that we're talking about here today do? This bill will eliminate what some people call the vendor fee. Currently, Colorado allows most retailers and restaurants to retain 4% of the 2.9% state sales tax, right? They've used that ostensibly to help them pay for the expenses in remitting their taxes. And this is hard. Nobody wants to give up something they've already had, and nobody wants to be here asking people to do that. It's just that this is where we find ourselves today. But we do not generally pay people to pay their taxes. We do not generally pay people to comply with the law. That is what we are doing. This is outdated, and in order to simplify what we are doing with our sales tax, we think this is a reasonable time to eliminate this subsidy, credit, rebate, whatever you want to call it. I know we've had a lot of conversation about what the proper terminology is. But H.R. 1, the bill that passed in Washington, is going to save our businesses in our country, nationally, at the federal level, $1.35 trillion. That's trillion. That's a lot of money. And here in Colorado, the impact to our revenue that our businesses are going to benefit from is an additional $800 million. So when you're talking about the fiscal note on this bill, which will save $56.8 million, the scales are largely tilted still in the favor, ultimately, of these businesses. So those are really the points I wanted to make. I thank you for allowing me to just make sure that everybody has the correct information before we go to this vote. And with that, I move HB 1005 on third reading and final passage and ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion? There is further discussion. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we had quite a lengthy conversation about this bill yesterday, and there's a reason for that. This is important. This is important to Colorado businesses. It's important to Colorado small businesses that we in this building have continually hamstrung with overregulation and overtaxation year after year after year. I appreciate the bill sponsor's voiced support of our small business community. And I really appreciate their willingness to work with them in the future, to have conversations with them in the future. I just hope that there's still some businesses left to engage in that conversation, because I don't know what they're going to look like. I talk to businesses in Castle Rock and Parker a lot. I'm engaged with the Chamber of Commerce. A lot of those business owners are my friends. And I've got news for you. Just because you own a small business doesn't mean you're rich. You're not living, I mean, some people do really well, and that's great, because the economic benefit that is downstream from those who do well in our communities lifts up everyone. It lifts up everyone. You've got to root for them, right? But if we continue in this building to create a business climate in the state of Colorado that is so unfriendly, we're perpetuating our economic situation that we have today. I said yesterday from this very well, if you're not growing, you're dying. If we are not attracting businesses, if we are not retaining businesses, if we are not growing businesses in the state of Colorado, we're going to continue to just get along to get along, I don't know, go along to get along, except we're not. We need those businesses from an economic standpoint to provide jobs. Because if you don't have jobs, you don't have salaries. And if you don't have salaries, you have a lot of unemployed people who are not doing well, who are not able to pay for their insurance, who are not able to buy groceries, who are not able to support other businesses. This is a whole system that if you take one piece of it out, if you take one piece, it falls apart. So yeah, the service fee that businesses are currently able, small businesses are currently able to collect for their trouble that they go to collect sales tax on behalf of the state of Colorado, it's a service fee. It's not a subsidy. They're getting paid for doing a job on behalf of the state of Colorado. We've already removed that service fee that larger businesses, and I don't know, I would say that $1 million per reporting period is, that's probably, you're probably doing pretty well, depending on what your reporting period is. But if it's like on a yearly basis, not so much. You're a small business. But we've already taken the ability for those entities, those businesses that are larger, they haven't been able to collect that since January 1st, 2022. So that was nice of us to make sure back in 2019 when that bill was passed to increase the service fee from 3.3% to 4%. But it was a trade-off, right? Because that meant that while we were allowing the small businesses to collect just a little bit more, all of those other businesses, all of those other job providers, they were kind of out of luck. I don't want anybody in this room to think that the business community is okay with this bill. They are not. The fact that they weren't lined up outside the door of the committee is a testament to a couple of different things. One is the complete random nature of scheduling of this not special session. It's also, I believe, a testament to the fact that I think they're just kind of beaten down at this point. We have a spending problem in the state of Colorado. We are here to address the perceived issues that have come to the state of Colorado as a result of the tax cuts for individuals and businesses in H.R. 1. Those tax cuts are good for the people of this nation, I believe. I think they're great. My constituents think they're great. My businesses think they're great. The fact that we here in Colorado have a spending issue that goes back to, some say 2021, I think it goes back a little bit further than that. That's an us problem. I don't think it's a federal government problem. We have done nothing in this special session to address this overspending, nothing. But instead, we are holding hostage Medicaid reimbursement rates and K through 12 education funding, rather than telling the departments in the state of Colorado government to tighten their belts. How is that okay? How do you reconcile that? I don't. I can't. I'm immensely frustrated because what we are trying to do is say, Colorado citizens, you got a tax cut from the federal government, and so you need to pay us more. How is that okay? We've had lots of people talk. It's like, you know what? If you are in a situation where you lose your job or your hours get cut, and you have less money coming into your household, or you have medical expenses that are unexpected, you don't go to your neighbor and say, you need to pay me. You need to pay me for this. You tighten your belt. You figure it out. We've had conversation about the call. Who was involved in the call? Who was consulted about the call for this not special session? It wasn't us. I don't know if it was y'all. But at some point, we need to take it upon ourselves to look at the other ways of balancing this budget.
Senator Brazil, would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't understand why we are only looking at one side of the equation. Why we are only looking at increasing the cost of doing business, I don't understand why we're giving money to an organization that candidly is a lot more financially prosperous than the state of Colorado. I don't understand how we are hoping to pass the bills that we are looking at today. I don't understand how we are planning to pass these bills and expect that it's going to make a difference in any sustainable fashion. We were brought here, we were elected to these positions to do the work of the people. And I would submit to you that by kicking the can down the road yet again, because that's what we're doing, that is not what we were sent here to do. We need to come up with solutions for our budget issue that's sustainable. We need to have these conversations. And it would be great if we could have them together because I know my side of the aisle has some excellent ideas. We really do. We want to be part of the conversation. We need to look in this state, in this building, for ways that we can go forward without having to mortgage future revenue, future tax revenue. That's what we're doing when we're selling tax credits for less on the dollar than we would be getting 2, 3, 5 years from now. You're right, it's not this bill. This bill is part of a package of bills that I am broadly speaking about. This bill does not solve anything. It burdens the businesses, the small businesses in the state of Colorado. That's what it does. It does nothing more than that. It is yet another cut in the death by 1,000 cuts that we are imposing on the business in the state of Colorado. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They create jobs, they contribute to our communities, and they pay taxes. And what we're saying here with this bill is you get to collect our taxes, and we expect you to eat the cost. You get to be our tax collector, you get to be our accountant, and on top of all the rules and regulations and taxes that you're paying, you also get to provide this with no compensation at all. We know particularly restaurants are struggling right now with the cost of food going up. Many restaurants are closing. This is going to be another issue they have to contend with, another cost they have to contend with. You know, at this time, we should be incentivizing our small businesses. We should be helping our small businesses, not punishing them. This bill punishes small businesses, the backbone of our economy here in Colorado. I urge a no vote.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're hearing a lot over the last 4 to 5 days about how HHR, Taxpayer Bill of Rights, are why we're here. Let me tell you what H.R. 1 did is reveal the overspending that this state has been doing over the last 7 years. H.R. 1 has given some relief to the small businesses that this state is suffocating with its fees and its overregulation. But we're going to take that away. We're going to dampen what H.R. 1 has done for our small businesses. Some of these bills we've seen in the last 5 days, in my mind, are setting the stage to numb us, to attack our businesses and corporations, even clear down to the LLCs. And that's not right. I'm an LLC. I'm not rich. But I think that's the road we're on. We're going to get down to the lowest levels we can for the big, bad corporations. That's not right. We need our businesses. We need them all. We need the small businesses. So let's be real, people. We're here because of what Colorado's been doing, not what H.R. 1 did. In my mind, we need to bless God and thank God for H.R. 1 and the Taxpayer Bill of Rights.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So in Colorado Springs, and it was mentioned prior, that we even have malls that are ghost towns. Citadel Mall, you go in there, empty. We should be incentivizing businesses. This is the time. We've got to make cuts. I will say it again and again. But in this special session, we're not allowed. Our hands are tied in making cuts. That's the constraint. Nope, that's not an option. We've created a problem in overspending, and we're just going to actually not only kick the can, but we're going to add and compound more issues to it. Throw more money at it, spend. What you're doing is creating and compounding bigger issues. I'm going to read some stats from the Colorado Chamber of Commerce. This is in 2025 in the business survey. So business leaders continue to sour on their perception of the state's economy. 2/3, 67%, now say Colorado's economy is heading in the wrong direction, up to 60% in 2023. And 53% in 2022. 71% of the respondents say that Colorado's business climate is more costly or burdensome than the other states. Only 5% hold the opposite view. That is significant. Only 5%. The state-imposed regulatory burden dominates the concern of Colorado businesses. Like I mentioned yesterday, we've become the 6th highly regulated state in the nation. And when that happens, it constrains productivity, which is revenue, which is what we need, which is the purpose of this session. Not only do 48% volunteer this concern on an open-ended question, but 70% say this is one of the greatest, it is one of the 3 greatest challenges their business is facing. And when asked when they see the greatest regulatory burden in the state, 58% far outdistances the federal's meager 18%, or local 23% regulations as area for concern. Only 29% of Colorado businesses expect to grow their workforce over the next year, down from 41% in 2023 and 48% in 2022. And 15% say they will decrease the number of employees, more than doubling what we saw just 2 years ago. And if you recall, we had a bill earlier where there was an incentive to pay insurance companies if they hired more people. And it was made, a comment was made from the opposite side saying, well, we were losing companies, so it didn't work. Well, I counter that that's not necessarily for certain. It could be that if we didn't have that incentive, we would have lost more. And that it actually did work to keep some businesses. More than a quarter of the business say they are unlikely to make future investments in Colorado, and that number continues to climb. Among those with operations already in other states, 47% say they are ending investment in Colorado. 47%, that's revenue going out of the state, revenue that we need. And more than 30% of those with more than 100 employees say that they will invest in other states, but not Colorado. Regulatory costs are clearly the top reason businesses say they won't invest in the state. When asked about what hesitancy they have in investing, 37 cite the regulatory burden in the state, and 21 cite a more favorable business climate in other states. Only 24% say they have no hesitancy in investing in Colorado. That's a really bad, low number. Blame is not being able to attract and retain workforce talent centers around the high cost of living. 73% say it is the top two concerns, and housing of attainability is 50% of one of the top two concerns. Likely because they recognize the need for more attainable housing, Colorado business leaders embrace a variety of reform to increase housing, such as construction defects, reform, that's about 79% in favor. Incentives for developers and home buyers, 71% in favor. And local regulatory reform, 86%. It's not a very good report for Colorado. This is killing, these regulations and taking away incentives is killing our businesses. We've got to make cuts. We can't be pulling these incentives away. The revenue is drying up. And like I said, when we just throw more money at the problem, more of the taxpayers' money at the problem, we're kicking it down the road. That problem is still there. We're not fixing it, and we're compounding the issue. It's going to be a bigger problem as time goes on. I urge a no vote on HB 25B 1005. Thank you.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I got thinking about this last night, and I mean, this bill bothers me, and I know that this has been done before and that sort of thing, but I just want to point out something that's going on locally here in Denver. So we are here in a special session to raise revenue as the Tabor compliant, which I would put that into question. But Tabor compliant raising revenue is what it says in the call. And when I'm looking here in the fiscal note, the first year it's $27.6 million and hiring 1.2 FTE. So not only are we raising revenue, but we're expanding government. And the next year, it's 0.9 FTE. I don't know how you find 0.9 of a person. I'm sure the JBC people can explain that to me. But again, it's growing government. Down the street in the city and county of Denver, they realize their budget problems, and they are cutting jobs. They are cutting, and we're not doing that. We're raising revenue. We're going to do it on the backs of small businesses. And that is don't get me wrong, they're also spending money, the city and county of Denver are also spending money on eat less meat, but we can do that in a different discussion. But that's what's going on. They have budget issues too, and they're cutting. We are not. We're saying, small businesses, we're no longer going to reimburse you for collecting the sales tax that's owed to the state. That's what we're doing. It's heck being a local government, I know. The rules apply for thee, but not for you, but not for us. Get it? This is just maddening as my good minority leader always says, is maddening. That's what this is. That's what it looks like to me. Just frustrating. I ask for a no vote on HB 1005.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would just like to make a couple of comments. Something was said last night about a previous bill that happened in 2019, and I was here, so I went and I looked up that bill. It was House Bill 19-1245, and it was mentioned that we all voted against the 4% increase of the vendor fee. But what was left out was that we voted against the $1,000 cap. That's what happened in 2019. And I would like to clear that up because I was here and we debated this bill quite a bit. And I wanted to make mention of that because that was left out of the comments last night. And I still am very much opposed to House Bill 25B 1005 because I do believe it is targeting the very backbone of our economy, our small businesses. You can stand up here and say that you care, but when you didn't bring them to the table when you were drafting this bill, I'm questioning that part. This vendor fee allowance, you're removing it, and it's a vital credit that has helped retailers and restaurants stay afloat despite rising costs and tight margins. And as some have said here this morning, and it's worth repeating, is that it's effectively punishing local businesses for majority parties' own fiscal mismanagement. I don't agree that the budget was balanced on July 3rd. I don't. Because the only 2 days that the budget has to be balanced is the day the governor signs it, and then after supplementals in February. Other than that, it doesn't have to be balanced. So I think that this is a tragedy that we're punishing businesses because they're getting a tax break from the federal government. I can't even wrap my head around that argument. So I know how this is going to go, but I needed to say this, that for those of you that are listening, for those of you that are our small businesses, and those that are entrepreneurs and you're trying to do good things here in the state, I'm sorry that this is going to happen to you. Thank you.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I won't be long. You know, I sat through the debate last night. I'm listening this morning. What struck me was that Colorado talks about collaboration, partnership, a lot of those kind of things all the time, that we need to be partners with this. We've got public-private partnerships. We've got those kind of things. Well, out in the country, or in rural Colorado, where I'm from, we take partnerships seriously. Partnerships are supposed to last through good times, bad times, and neutral times. But we get into a situation where the first thing we try to do is to turn to our partner and say, well, we're not partners anymore. You're going to do this for us. The stipend that's paid to these businesses is not very much. We've talked about that ad infinitum. I think the point is that we, the state, in this building, think that our partnership with others is only as good as it is to us. Sometimes we make agreements with people that you'll do this and we'll do that. And we live by it. That's one of the things that we have to do out there, It's probably something we should do more in the urban area. Partnerships are valuable. These businesses are doing the work for the state to bring those dollars into the state so that we continue to function. We're not talking about a lot of money, but we are talking about something that's, I think, more valuable than money, and that's trust. I'm one of those people that, where I was raised is I'll trust you till I find out that I can't. I really think this is a mistake on Colorado's part in regards to the business people in the state of Colorado. We've talked about small businesses, small businesses, small businesses. And I agree with that. But I think one of the things is big government. Big government deciding that we will change our agreements because of a passing situation. This isn't enough money to really impact very much, but it could have an impact on down the road. People are watching. They know whether or not we keep our word. I've been in situations where government has come to me and said, well, we're going to reinterpret the contract. Then it's probably not a contract. I think this is a case of that. We're looking at something thinking we will grab up every little crumb that we can find, regardless of the cost to us. I would really like us to reconsider this. I don't think that's going to happen. But I do want to say that we depend upon those small businesses in the state of Colorado. We've been a good partnership up until now. One of the other things we could have said was thank you. Thank you for your help. Thank you for doing the business for us. Here's a small token of our thanks. But today we decide, well, it's not thank you. You'll do it for free. Please vote no.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Mr. President.
You got it.
Members, I think it's probably pretty obvious. I'm down here to urge you to vote no on House Bill 25B 1005. I appreciate the comments as well about supporting small businesses. I think we're all trying to do that in different ways, I guess. But definitely, I think everybody tries to support small businesses. I know I do. I owned a couple, well, small floral shop and a dairy farm. And I appreciate that they're going to continue the conversation in the next session. It's too late. It will be too late. We're going to take money away from them and then tell them we're going to continue the conversation. It's too late. It will be too late. The law will already have been changed. We would have already taken away a fee that we pay to our small businesses, our retailers in this state, to become tax collectors. They are collecting state sales tax on our behalf, and for that, it costs them $4,000 a month, and we pay them $1,000. They're already footing the bill to collect sales tax for the state of Colorado. And I guess we're just all going to keep shrugging our shoulders and saying, oh, well, we need that money. The question was stated, why are we here? Well, that's an easy one. The governor called us back here. The governor called us back here to raise taxes. Some of us are doing just that. And some of us are fighting not to raise taxes on small businesses, on individuals. I wish he would have put on the call that I could have repealed that tax on overtime. That would have been nice. But we were here because we're in this session because the governor called us here to raise taxes. not to cut spending, not to cut spending. I know there are some of us want to blame it on the federal government. Republicans at the federal government level gave us tax relief. We all know what rolling conformity is. We all know that our taxes, what we collect in taxes, is related to what the feds do. So the feds, federal government, gave us tax relief, and it reduces taxes for individuals, small businesses, and corporations in our state. I know the majority of that tax relief in our state is not big, wealthy corporations. All you got to do is go look at the presentation that the Joint Budget Committee was given. About $850 million of the tax relief that individuals and non-corporate businesses were given in our state because of what the feds did, and about $340 million to big corporations. So don't buy it when you hear that we're just cutting taxes on the wealthy. Most of us are in the middle, and that's who's going to see increase in taxes. So the feds give us tax relief, reduces tax collections at the state, gives $1.2 billion worth of tax relief to our constituents, and the governor calls us back here to raise taxes. Doesn't really make sense to me. Don't think it makes sense to most people in this state. That's why they feel we're going the wrong way. We're on the wrong track, wrong direction, wrong direction. And I keep hearing this comment about our budget was balanced on July 1, and on July 4th, we were out of balance by $1.2 billion. I suppose that's all how you look at it. I suppose that's in the eye of the beholder. But on June 18th, Joint Budget Committee was informed that our 26-27 budget, we would be starting $700 million in the red. Now, everyone does realize, right? I mean, you do look at those overviews that we get. When we send the long bill over here, you're looking at those first 6 pages, right, of that summary. And you look at that overview, and you go down, and you look at the column that is going to say this next year will say 25, 26, and you go all the way down to the bottom, and you see where it says what our 15% statutory requirement for a reserve, and you make sure that we're meeting that reserve amount, right? You are doing that, right? Because we can't start the next year budget. We can't bring over a budget to all of you, a long bill to all of you, until we make sure that 25, 26 is solid, that it's balanced, that we're not in the red. So when they tell us we're $700 million in the red, you know we got to find that in this fiscal year, right? Does that sound like a balanced budget? Because it's not. When the JBC is told at our forecast meeting that, God, we're already dipping into the reserves. We're not at 15%. That's what's in the law, 15% reserve. We're not at 15%, we're down to 14.2. And that was before July 1. July 4th, August 21st. That's not a balanced budget. We were already in the red. And then our tax collections go down because we got tax relief. And somehow, some of us think that's a horrible thing. I know there's at least 12 people in this room that thinks that's a great thing. Taxes were reduced for the people of the state of Colorado, both at the federal and state level. So we're here because the governor calls us here, and he only called us here to raise taxes. We don't have any opportunity to cut spending. Our budget wasn't balanced. At least not to me it wasn't. I've heard people say we're here because death of 1,000 cuts. Nope. We're here because of death of 1,000 tax increases. Thousands of dollars of increases. That's what we're doing. It's kind of more like when I'm at the budget committee, I think it's more of death of 1,000 expenditures. or more. Every dollar, I heard every dollar is important. Every dollar that we raise is important. So we keep people so we keep the most vulnerable people, so we don't cut schools, and we don't cut Medicaid. We're not cutting schools. I don't know where that came up. We didn't cut them in our 25-26 budget. We're not cutting them now. We're not cutting Medicaid. I suspect that's going to happen, though, when this special session's over, but we're not. And I heard the discussion just this morning again about shutting off tax credits. We're not doing that for tax year 25. So I don't know what that was about. We're trying to sell tax credits. We're not making enough money on them. It's costing us we're spending $50 million to get $200 million in tax credits. Well, actually it's $50 million plus $6 million to get us $200 million in tax credits. I don't know that sounds like a good deal. It's not going to help us in the out years. And I heard this discussion about paying people to pay their taxes. I'm not sure everyone understands what's going on in this legislation, in this bill. I'm not sure everybody understands. So let me just be clear what's going on with this bill. We pay retailers, small business people, $1,000 per filing. Most of them file monthly. So we pay them $12,000 a year to collect state sales taxes.
Senator Kirkmeyer, would you like to go to your second 10 minutes?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam President. Did I say Madam President or Madam Chair?
Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. We're not paying people to pay their taxes. That's not what's going on in this legislation, in this bill. We are paying retailers and small business people to go collect our sales tax that we charge on people. We charge a sales tax. It's 2.9%. We make people pay tax on goods that they're buying. And then we make the retailers collect it, do all the paperwork, and there is still paperwork. It still costs them 4 times as much as what we pay them. They're losing money on collecting our sales tax, losing money. We're not paying them to pay their taxes. We're paying them to become tax collectors on our behalf, and we don't even bother to pay them enough. That's what's going on in this bill. I just don't see that as supporting small businesses. I just don't see how we can say that first we were shorting them in the first place, now we're just going to take it all away and tell them to foot the bill for it. You go collect our taxes. People look at when they're paying, not everybody looks at their receipts and says, oh my gosh, God, by the time you add on the state sales tax and the local sales tax and the special district tax and whatever other taxes are on there, I just paid an additional 12% or 10% more for the blouse I was trying to buy. And they think that's the business doing that. That's all that tax. That is all that tax. And we're telling our small businesses and retailers, we're not going to pay you to do that anymore. You do it, you look bad, and you foot the bill. That's what's going on in here. And then we say, but we're going to have a conversation with them later. That's like me saying to my 10-year-old grandson, come over and mow my lawn, I'll pay you for it. He comes over and I'm like, yeah, I decided maybe I don't really want to, but I'll have a conversation with you about it later. He's probably thinking, what the heck happened to my gram? She's supposed to pay me. But, we heard in committee. Well, in committee we heard 18 states. Here at the well I heard 20 states. 20 other states don't have this. Well, that would mean 30 states do. I don't know what that matters, but 28 other states don't have that. Like, that's good reason to impact small businesses in our state. Like, that's good reason to take the funding away, to take the fee away that we pay small businesses and retailers. It's not. It's not a good reason. And on top of it all, to add injury to insult, or insult to injury, either way works. Both are true. To add insult to injury, Department of Revenue needs $180,000 so they can answer phone calls. Right? I agree with the good senator from Grand Junction. Do they not have anybody at the Department of Revenue answering phone calls now? Like, seriously. And I can tell you what's going to happen with that. They aren't going to go hire 1.2 FTE. They're going to pad their personal services line. $180,000. Why would we take money away from small businesses and hurt small businesses? That's, in my book, ridiculous. I can't even imagine why anybody thinks that's a good idea. So we take money away, we hurt small businesses, we impact them, impact their bottom line, raise costs to customers, because that's what's going to happen. Sure, it may not be a lot, but over time it all adds up. And we're going to let the Department of Revenue pad their personal services line. Great idea. Great idea. All because the governor had this wonderful idea to call us all back here to increase taxes. That's what we're doing here. Increasing taxes. You can't blame that on anyone else. You can only blame it on those who vote for it in the General Assembly. And when the governor signs it, then we can blame it on him. But you can't blame it on anybody else. There are only 100 people who get to make this decision about raising taxes. 100 people in this state who are making a decision on whether or not to raise taxes in this call, in this special session. We don't have, 101. Is that what you were saying? 101, sorry. Excuse me, I stand corrected. There are only 101 people in this state who get to make the decision about raising taxes and padding the Department of Revenue's budget. 35 of us are in this room. We can stop this. If we truly are supporting small businesses, we can stop this and we can say we are going to support small businesses with our vote today. We're going to say, yeah, we know we asked you, we know we turned you into tax collectors. We know we haven't been paying you enough to do that. We know we've been shortchanging you, but we could say today that we're still going to shortchange you, but we're not going to take it all away from you. That we're not going to take this away from you. Today, we could say that we're going to actually, truly support small businesses. And then, you know what? If you want to keep having a conversation with small businesses, I say yes, go do that. That is a great idea. Continue having that conversation. But for today, how about we use our votes in a constructive way that actually shows we support small businesses and retailers in this state? That we are going to do that. That we're going to disregard why the governor called us here. That we're not going to take this fee away, try and raise revenue. We're not balancing the budget. Quite literally, 26, 27, we are taking this money away from small businesses so we can refund it to someone else. Doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even make sense. So I'm asking you today, use your vote. Use your vote to show your support for small businesses and retailers in this state. Use that vote. Demonstrate. You know how you show them the best? With your vote. By voting no on House Bill 25B 10001.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm not going to stand up here and rehash the good arguments that I think our side of the aisle has made, not only this morning, but throughout all last night the arguments of why this is bad policy. I think part of our, speaking on behalf of myself and I think our colleagues, is that when it pertained last night when we were debating House Bill 1005, is that we offered 8 solid, reasonable amendments. 8. And we came down and we made the case the best we could that I think probably the millions of viewers that are watching this, or at least thousands of viewers, tens of thousands of viewers that are watching this, that they were shaking their heads going, yes, the Republican senators, out of the 8 amendments, that at least 1 or 2 made good sense. But they were voted down every single time. And with the exception of the sponsors of the bill that have an obligation to come up and defend their bill, I challenge my good colleagues on the other side of the aisle, if this is such great policy, I challenge you to come down and speak on behalf of it. But other than the sponsors, which they're allowed to do, which they're encouraged to do, I would encourage my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, if House Bill 1005 is such a great policy, I encourage you to come down and tell us why it's great policy. Show the public, stand up for this bill. At least we have the courage and the arguments to come down and say this is bad policy or it's incorrect policy.
Senator Liston.
It's incorrect policy.
Senator Liston.
Yes, Mr. President.
I would encourage you not to use words like have the courage to come down. I think some members prefer not to come down because they don't want to say the same
And I
thing.
understand that, Mr. President.
Another member
It's
already
their
said.
prerogative. It is their prerogative.
Thank you.
To sit in silence, and I understand that. I'm just encouraging them to come down and say something on behalf of a bill that they're voting for. So we have the courage and the vigor and the arguments to come down and say why this is poor policy, which we've made that argument. Yesterday we offered amendment after amendment after amendment. I can understand that maybe why 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, but all 8 amendments were voted down on a party line. There again, I understand how it is. Majority rules. But at least we have, like I say, the courage to come down and say why this is incorrect policy. So that's my frustration. We've made the points time and time again. So with that, one last appeal is we are going to be voting against it for the reasons that we've enumerated. I would love to hear, other than the sponsors, as why this is such great policy. I will be in no vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues, sponsors. I'm thinking about someone from the press asked me after the first day of the special session how I thought it was going. And I said, well, no surprise. I thought the script was written before we got here. Now, I can argue today, since we've been here for 6 days, however long we've been here, obviously the script wasn't written. But I do think in this instance, for this particular House Bill 25B1005, that it was, that there's no minority fingerprint on the bill at all. I get that. But I think we missed an amazing opportunity. We're in this circumstances. It is what it is, but it should have afforded us an opportunity as a body, as a minority party and a majority party, to sit down, come to some consensus about how are we going to deal with the cards that have been dealt us. Are we going to raise taxes? Are we going to raise fees? Are we going to make more burdensome regulation on businesses? And in this case, with this bill, particularly small businesses. My small businesses have sat with me, people that I went to high school with that are running small businesses, to go, Senator Simpson, please make it stop. It's just become to a point, it's harder and harder for me to stay in business. How do you help me? Please make this stop. I have to go back to them and sit with them again and go, well, we've just increased the burden on you incrementally more, and we'll make running your business slightly more challenging than it was this time 3 weeks ago. We could have had these conversations about where do we find places to make up a significant resource deficit, because Coloradans are getting tax breaks. We've had this discussion repeatedly, though. We weren't afforded that opportunity in this space. I'll put down the marker to go, let's start on that process going forward. Again, this one is done. This is what it is. We're going to deal with it and move on. But the challenge is, how do you get us to a better spot in this building and in this state? Again, where I'd much rather see us be focusing on incentives. How do you get businesses to grow and expand here and create more jobs and create more revenue in that space, instead of taking that expense that the small businesses incur to work on behalf of the state away from them? I think we're missing an amazing opportunity. I don't know if I would call it an amazing opportunity. It is what it is. It is an opportunity to actually come together and build something that's more meaningful versus where we're at today, where we have a number of these bills that, again, not much input, if any at all, from the minority party and from those that are most impacted by it. I think, again, people of Colorado deserve much better than what we're offering today right now. And with that, Mr. President and sponsors, I respectfully ask for a no vote on House Bill 25B 1005. Thank you.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to my colleagues for this wonderful debate. I very much appreciate you and all the work that you have done. I'm going to be very brief. I just want to address a couple of points that have been made. First, a lot of people start their remarks saying, I do the work of the people. And I've heard from this small business owner and this small business owner and this small business owner. I have no doubt that all 35 of us do the work of the people. The calls I've taken are from teachers that don't want to lose their jobs, from people on Medicare and Medicaid that are worried about getting kicked off, from the mom at the food bank that's watching the food run out. That is also the work of the people. There's been questions about, does this make a difference? This is $56 million. That is over 1,000 teacher salaries. Now, it's not written into the bill that way, because we've talked about how much power this body should have and how much power the JBC should have. I also was not involved in the call. But when the call was written, I raised my hand and agreed to make hard decisions and show up and do the work and try to make sure that $56 million is available for the JBC, for future legislatures, in order to make a difference. I wasn't part of the call either, but I raised my hand to make hard decisions. So that brings us to what we're actually talking about. What is a dollar worth? The average cost to small businesses is $80 a month. It's 1,100 teacher salaries. Almost a third of small business employees are on Medicaid. That's a huge public subsidy. And yes, I have worked with the small business associations and the restaurants. I never said that they were for this bill, but I did say I believe in the work they do and promise to continue making sure that we take their ideas very seriously, from fees to different types of fees to fines, and we're going to continue those conversations. And I will absolutely say that small businesses are the backbone of our society, and so are teachers and nurses, and that mom that's in a waiting room right now waiting to get her kid health care from Medicaid, to the mom in the food pantry, she's the backbone. To the people in traffic, because we cut CDOT's budget last year. It's not just one segment of society that is our backbone. We must work together, which means hard decisions, and this is a conversation that we have to have. Finally, during this debate on this bill, we've been talking a lot about Tabor. This policy comes from the 30s, well before Tabor. In the title, it says fee. This is a fee. This is not about Tabor. And so, finally, I just want to end thanking you for the debate. I did truly listen. I took to heart everything that was said. I do think it's very important to point out that I know at least 4 of my colleagues from this side got up yesterday and spoke on behalf of this bill, and I've had many other conversations. Because when the call was written, we stood up to raise our hand and make sure we get through the bills today. That doesn't show a lack of courage. Showing up and doing work, people did show up to work, and they are taking brave votes. And I will never question if anyone is down here representing their constituents, and I hope that our colleagues can afford us the same respect. I encourage a yes vote on House Bill 1005.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1005. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Zamora Wilson, Doherty, Rich, Pelton B., Mullica, Bright, Carson, Roberts, Pelton R., Liston, Catlin, Baisley, Rich, Exum. Oh, there's 2 Janices. Marchman. With a vote of 18 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, 10005 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Cutter, Michelson Janae, Weissman, Gonzalez, Sullivan. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1003.
House Bill 1003 by Representatives Mabry and Basnicker and Senators Weissman and Gonzalez concerning adjustments to the insurance premium tax rate tax expenditure for a home office or regional home office.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 25B 1003 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1003. Are there any no votes? Senators Mr. Minority Leader Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R., Catlin, Carson, Bright, Pelton B., Snyder. With a vote of 22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1003 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janae, Winter, Kipp, Judah, Wallace, Cutter, Sullivan. Please add the president. Majority Leader Cutter.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over Senate Bill 25B 004 until later in the day.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 25B004 to later in the day. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 25B004 will lay over to later in the day. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 25B1001.
House Bill 1001 by Representatives Sirota and Senators Hendrickson and Cutter, concerning the requirement for certain taxpayers to add back an amount equal to their federal deduction for qualified business income allowed under Section 199A of the Federal Internal Revenue Code of 1986 for purposes of determining their state taxable income.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colorado has a qualified business income deduction for small business owners. Let me pause there, Mr. President. I move House Bill 25B1001 on third reading and final passage.
That sounds good. Tell us about it.
Thank you. So Colorado has qualified business income deduction for small businesses. And as it's defined in state statute, that's owners of businesses with incomes below $500,000, $1 million if you're married filing jointly. What Senate Bill 25B1001 seeks to do is to continue that into perpetuity. Because of the actions of H.R. 1, if this body does nothing, if we do not act, we will see the creation of a new tax policy that would extend the tax relief that we currently have for business owners with incomes below $500,000, $1 million for married couples, to every business owner, regardless. And because we already have that relief for the business owners with incomes below $500,000 or $1 million if you're married filing jointly, we would be creating, if we were to do nothing, new relief, but only for those who are millionaires if you're married, making over $500,000 if you're a single filer. A new tax relief if we do nothing, a new tax break if we do nothing, but only for the wealthiest in Colorado. Let's continue the relief that exists in state statute today for those with incomes below $500,000. Let's continue the relief that exists in state statute today for married couples with incomes below $1 million. Let's not, through our inaction, allow for the creation of new state tax policy that reduces our revenues by $100 million a year and forces cuts to working class families throughout Colorado for a brand new tax break only for the wealthiest business owners of this state. Let's keep the relief for the small businesses, and let's pass House Bill 25B1001.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill is an extension of a carefully crafted policy to avoid impacting truly small businesses. And I share the sentiments of my colleague who was speaking earlier from Broomfield County. It is incredibly dismaying to me to hear these debates that have nothing in them about the people who will lose. The people who will lose health insurance, food benefits, veterans, seniors, the most vulnerable amongst us who are losing in this situation. I welcome partnership with anyone. I was a small business owner for the majority of my career, and my husband was a small business owner. Small businesses are critical to our society, and I welcome partnership and further conversation, but what always seems to be missing in that conversation is people, average citizens, the average Coloradan that is struggling to make ends meet. There is a balance here that we're trying very hard to achieve. I believe that we all care deeply about small businesses, but everyone in this chamber, all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, but I also believe in community, in working together to find the balance so that we can all truly prosper. Right now, we need to ensure that the families and the small businesses that truly need our help are getting it. Again, this is an extension of an existing policy, not a harmful surprise that was dropped on businesses, much as the big billionaire bill was on Colorado. I urge your yes vote.
Further discussion. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate these debates, especially this one. I was looking forward to this today because with many discussions amongst my caucus and amongst folks throughout the state in emails that I'm getting, this bill in particular intrigues me a lot. If we can go back in time for a minute here, and if you allow me, Mr. President, back in January when we started the session, before we started the special session, we actually passed a referred measure that was almost identical to what we're talking about in this bill. And we referred it to the ballot. I think it's MM, and before that, the year before, I think it was FF. Almost identical, talking add backs. We referred it to the ballot to let the people with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights make the decision on an add back. Last night, we offered an amendment. I think the good senator from Weld County offered the amendment to add this to the ballot. To be consistent when we're talking about add backs. We're going to be consistent. We're going to refer the measure during the regular session to the ballot, but this one we're not. And we could still make the ballot this year. It's still an odd year. We can still talk about Tabor ballot measures. We can do that right now. This we could put on the ballot. But we're not. The inconsistency of doing it with MM and FF and referring it to the ballot, and now Senate Bill 25B 1001, we're not going to do that. We're not going to ask the people. That is why I have a huge issue with this policy. We should be asking the people. And I mean, I've almost wore this book out, the Constitution, having it turned to Article 10, Section 20. Just constantly with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, Tabor, walking around with it, always bringing it up here, looking at it. Pages are about ready to fall out. Because this is what we should be following. We should be doing exactly what we did this last session. We should be asking the taxpayers if they want us to add back these taxes. Again, we did it, FF, MM, that was part of it. Go back to the call. What did the governor say? Revenue, increase revenue through Tabor compliant. If we're going to do it for those ballot measures, why aren't we doing it for this policy? Why? We're talking about add backs, just like we did with MM and FF. We should be doing it here too. Almost identical. Talking about add backs, rolling conformity. We should be adhering to the Constitution. Again, I'll ask my colleagues, if we don't put this on the ballot and we don't stay consistent, we should vote no on this ballot, on this policy, and I'm going to ask you guys for a no vote.
Senator Frizzell.
Very sensitive microphones. Members, thank you so much for listening to our conversations here today. We really didn't have a lot of dialogue about this bill, I think in part due to the late hour and we're all kind of worn out. But this is a really important bill. And the other piece of it is we have actually had lots of conversations like about these topics. We've talked about the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. We've talked about changing tax policy. We've talked about adding revenue unconstitutionally to the state coffers. The newspapers are here. I'd like to make that announcement. Colorado, and you know, I stood up here and I cited a lot of different facts and figures, and my good colleague from Colorado Springs had this conversation earlier about the state of business in Colorado today. And this is not the state of business in Colorado today per Lisa Frizzell. This is the state of business in Colorado today from the Colorado Chamber of Commerce. And that's just one. There's lots of others. There's many, many studies. There's also studies out there about where Colorado citizens, how they're faring in all of this. We are one of the most expensive states in the nation to live in. That's the reality of our citizens. It's from a lot of different things. It's the cost of real estate. It's really hard to buy a house in Colorado. That's been going on since before COVID, actually, but it's really gotten a lot worse since 2020. We had a lot of people come here to live because this is a beautiful place. I grew up here. I'm very partial to Colorado. Can't imagine being anywhere else. We used to have an amazing business environment. I think we were one of the top in the nation, and we've flipped. We've flipped. So I'm not going to go back over the statistics, the facts and figures of that study from the Colorado Chamber of Commerce. But the bottom line is this. We ask more and more every single year. Every time we all get together to have another fun party here in this building, we ask more and more of Colorado businesses. And I would submit to you, we do so without fully understanding the costs, the complexity, or the consequences of what we do. It's really no wonder if we are making decisions without looking at the downstream effects. It's no wonder that Colorado has fallen in every economic ranking for cost of living and cost of doing business. It's no surprise. And House Bill 25B 1001 doesn't help that. It doesn't help it at all. And I'm gonna beat this drum one more time because I want it to be heard loud and clear. We have a spending problem. And we just got done with the bill where attached to the fiscal note Because by golly, we can't let an opportunity to grow government go unfound, where the fiscal note was attached to adding 1.2 FTEs to answer phones for the Department of Revenue because they might have a little more work. That's ridiculous. We can't let that opportunity pass us by. At what point are we going to require the departments of this state to tighten their belts? At what point are we going to say, sorry, no, you can't add 1.2 employees, whatever that looks like, to answer phones At what point are we going to be accountable ourselves? We cannot sustain this level of spending indefinitely. We can't do it another year. And so why are we here talking about raising taxes on businesses? Why are we talking about mortgaging future revenue? Taking a loss on that. Why are we talking about that instead of talking about addressing the real issue? I don't know. I don't know why we're doing that. But I will tell you that continuing to punish the businesses in this state, one nickel and dime a pop, it's not working for them, and it's not going to work for the state going forward. I ask for a no vote on House Bill 25B 1001.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I ask for a no vote on 25B 1001. Again. If we do not act, we create a new tax policy that extends tax relief. That's not accurate. I'm sorry, but it's not. If we do not act, taxpayers will get automatic tax relief because the federal government extended a tax deduction that was set to expire in 2025. So if we do not act, taxpayers, non-corporate businesses get relief. If we act, they don't. That's just as simple as it gets. Under current law, taxpayers are required to add back their federal qualified business income deduction. It's all right here in the fiscal note. The add back applies to taxpayers filing singly and jointly. The bill extends the add back requirement indefinitely, starting with tax year 26. That would be next year. The federal deduction allows non-corporate businesses to deduct up to 20% of their qualified business income. The tax deduction was set to expire the end of 2025, this tax year, but was extended by H.R. 1. The feds extended it. As everyone knows, our tax policy is attached to the federal's tax policy. So if they extend it, we automatically extend it. So that's why this bill is here. Don't want it extended into 26, into tax year 26. That would be a change in tax policy. The deduction was set to expire in 2025, extended indefinitely by H.R. 1. Here's the other part when we're talking about tax policy change. In addition to, and this is all in the fiscal note, folks, it's where this comes from. In addition to extending the deduction, H.R. 1, so the federal government, in their tax code, which our tax code is tied to, established higher phase-out thresholds, inflation adjustment for thresholds, and a minimum deduction of $400. If we do not act, our taxpayers, our non-corporate businesses, get additional relief. If we act, we change tax policy, because that's what laws do. This is a bill to change the law and to change tax policy in tax year 26. The bill will increase individual income tax revenue. Again, this is the fiscal note analysis. It's fiscal note people talking. They put it right here in black and white. It's very clear. The bill increases individual tax revenue because of a change to tax policy. That part's not in here, but I'm adding it for you, so it's very, very clear. Because the bill is changing things. Without the bill, we don't have individual income tax revenue increases. We don't have a net tax revenue gain, $95.5 million bucks. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. The bill is expected to increase state revenue by $45.9 million in the current fiscal year, and the next fiscal year it's $95.5. I'm hoping you all have been listening and you understand that in 26-27 we'll be in a TABOR surplus, a TABOR refund situation, so that $95.5 million, even though it goes into the general fund, will not be going to pay for things like K-12 education, Medicaid, neglected and abused kids, kids in early intervention programs with disabilities. It'll be going to refund to someone else. So we're going to increase individual income tax revenue so that we can refund it to someone else a year from now. This is clearly stated right here in black and white. State it right here that we will be causing a net tax revenue gain to any district because of a tax policy change. Constitution is clear. Calls for a voter approval in advance of any tax policy change directly causing a net tax revenue gain. It's the Constitution. Once again, this body, there'll be 101 of us who can make this decision to be accountable to the Constitution and the people of the state of Colorado. I don't think people sent us down here to try and find workarounds. I think they sent us down here to do good things. I think there are a lot of good things that we do and a lot of things that aren't so good that happen down here. But under the Constitution, you know what? It doesn't matter if you agree with the tax policy. Us. It doesn't matter if we agree with the tax policy change or not. Some things make sense to me, some things don't on changes. It's the fact that this is a tax policy change that is bringing in new revenue. It represents a tax revenue gain. That's the important part of this. I would just ask that you use your vote wisely, that you think about your constituents, that you think about the individuals who, if this bill doesn't pass, would receive tax break, some tax relief. I know we've all seen the polling. We don't even need to see the polling. I'm sure that wherever we're at, you're getting the same, wherever you're all at, you're getting the same thing I get. Why is it so darn expensive to live in this state? It's too expensive. My kids are moving out. People are moving. They're moving out of Denver. They don't like it. It's too expensive. I mean, how many times have we heard about affordability, affordability, affordability? It's not location, location, location anymore. It's affordability, affordability, affordability. We're all hearing it. We all know it. We all know that people feel like the state legislature is on the wrong track. We all know that we have one-party control. I've been told several times, not by folks in this chamber, but in the other chamber, the Democrats are in charge. Believe me, I understand. So do the people in the state of Colorado. They understand too. They understand they can't afford to live in Colorado, that it's too expensive for them. And it is cutting into their ability to take their children to the doctor, to put food on the table. We all hear it. Increasing individual income tax revenue, not the way to go not the way to go about it. Increasing people's taxes, non-corporate business taxes. You know, those small businesses are owned by people. My sister and I had a partnership with our small business. It impacted the amount of taxes we paid in and how much food we could put on the table.
Senator Kirkmeyer would like to go into your next 10 minutes.
No, Mr. President, I believe I'm done. I think I've made my statements and said them all yesterday. I would ask for a no vote on 25B 1001, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning again. A couple things at play here, and it's you can't just dismiss Colorado's choice and position to follow rolling conformity. That we've decided, and actually try to use ChatGPT to go, how long has Colorado been utilizing rolling conformity? And it actually couldn't tell me. It didn't know. There's no public record of identifying how long it's been there. But interestingly enough, it did highlight Colorado Department of Revenue in one case, and I'm not sure who the other agency was, since 2020 have challenged the applicability of the rolling conformity, and the state lost in both those instances, and the court affirmed Colorado's, by definition, we're gonna practice rolling conformity when the feds do something in tax policy, because how we're constructed, it changes our tax policy. To come back forward now and say we just want to continue something that's been ongoing is just part of the equation, because we are in a different space and time, because Colorado chose to use rolling conformity. This bill in particular raises, over the next 3 years, if the fiscal notes are correct, raises additional revenue of about $250 million. Collectively, these series of bills, again, over the next 3 years, push $1 billion in more revenue to the state of Colorado through increased taxes. I thought this was if I could pick one of the bills that it made the most sense to ask to go to the voters for confirmation of we want to raise taxes through a change in tax policy, this is the one that came to the surface for me. I thought, by far, one, it's the most impactful from a revenue standpoint, and it just seemed to fit the criteria perfectly from my perspective. Why don't we go to the voters and ask if you want to raise, over the course of the next 3 years, another $250 million in revenue? I was disappointed that we couldn't get to that spot and actually refer this measure to the voters to see if they were in agreement that there was a necessity and a need and good tax policy to raise that additional revenue. It's a little frustrating that we couldn't get to that spot in the debate and the discussion last night. The other thing that comes to mind is I think about the default that says if we don't raise this, we're going to harm those most needy in our community. And I'm trying to process that and go, from my perspective, immediately I go, but we've always stood up for the most needy first on both sides of the aisle. And then I go, really, I would stand up and have this debate and conversation, how we've grown government over the last decade in particular, and go, what about the Office of Saving People Money on Health Care? What about the Office of Sustainability? What about the Office of Climate Resiliency? What about the Office of New Americans? The list just goes on and on. I think about, I've watched in my tenure here, we've purchased 2 Firehawk helicopters. I greatly appreciate the value those assets bring to our state. I challenge where our federal partners are in this conversation and why are we doing that. But those were choices this body made over the course of time. And I've touched on it when we started this conversation about a general lack of prioritization. How in these challenging times are we going to come together and identify where those resources need to be applied? And those most in need certainly always rise to the top in my mind, and I think in all the colleagues in this chamber, I believe as well. I just wish, again, this opportunity again presented itself to us. It was an amazing path forward through a simple ballot measure referral, much like we supported, this chamber supported, moving forward with a Proposition MM, and how we were going to fund Healthy Meals for All program. I thought this one could have fit in the same criteria and would have been a natural fit to go to the voters to ask for this increase in revenue. So I'm disappointed where we're at today. I don't agree with, again, taking the approach we've taken, the majority party has taken in this space, how we're going to make an incremental change in the circumstances presented to us where we need to figure out how to close a gap, how to deal with a $700 million impact from all of Coloradans receiving a much-needed tax break and trying to make life more affordable in Colorado. And with that, Mr. President and colleagues, I encourage you a no vote on House Bill 25B 1005. Thank you, sponsors.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 25B 1001. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Pelton B, Bright, Carson, Pelton R, Catlin, Liston, Baisley. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 25B 1001 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janae, Winter, Kipp, Judah, Gonzalez, Wallace, Weissman, please, Senator Sullivan, Senator Exum, please add the President. Special orders, second reading of bills. Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we take up special orders, second reading of bills for House Bill 25B 1004, House Bill 25B 1006 at the hour of, nope, okay. That is all.
Excellent. We can still do that at the hour of 12:04. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Gonzalez.
What up, y'all? Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole to take up special order second reading of bills.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself Committee of the Whole consideration of special order second reading of bills calendar, and Senator Gonzalez will take the chair. Get you some.
1004, right? Yep. That is correct, sir.
Committee will come to order. The court rule doesn't exist because we're in business casual, but go ahead and relax it anyway. Mr. Schaffler, will you please take up and read the Title II, House Bill 25B 1004.
House Bill 1004 by Representatives Stewart and Camacho and Senators Marchman and Snyder, concerning requiring the Department of the Treasury to sell tax credits to qualified taxpayers and in connection therewith transferring the proceeds to the general fund and making an appropriation.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me just say it's a real pleasure to work with you.
I'm not in the House, but it's cool to work with you too.
And with that, I move House Bill 25B 1004 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Approps report.
Okay, we did go to appropriations and we put 3 amendments on. The first one created a cash fund. It's a much better method for receiving the funds. It's all still going directly to the general fund. And we also had changed a section where it had a mandatory shall for the Treasury Department to is authorized to, and that gives them the flexibility to, in case they don't sell all of the tax credits, it doesn't put them in a legal pickle. We also passed another amendment that raised the floor for the sale price from 75% of the price to 80%. And that was done in consultation with the affordable housing credit folks to make sure we weren't competing with them for the sale of these tax credits. A third amendment allows the issuance costs for Treasury to be added to the sales proceeds as a recoverable cost, so there'll be no hit to the general fund. That's what we did in appropriations, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Colleagues, any further discussion on the Approps report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Approps report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That Approps report is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion. Oh, sorry. Senator Marchman.
Sorry about that. I move House Bill 1004.
To the bill, please.
Madam Chair, members, HB 25B 1004 authorizes the state treasurer to sell a limited amount of future tax credit certificates now at no less than 80 cents per dollar, or higher if the market bids above that floor. Proceeds first land in a new tax credit sales proceeds cash fund. We pay the issuance and administrative costs inside that fund, and then we transfer $100 million to the general fund to send our resources to school districts so they can retain and hire educators, keep class sizes stable, and cover core operations, and to keep wildfire crews on the line and other essential local services steady across Colorado. This is not debt. This does not raise tax rates. To manage the future, the credits are non-refundable. Treasury, in consultation with OSPB, will set which years buyers can claim them. And we'll share that schedule with the JBC so our budget writers can plan with certainty. Our working profile in the fiscal is a predictable 60-40 claim pattern over the next 2 fiscal years. In Tabor refund years, when credits are claimed, they reduce the refund obligation, protecting spendable general fund dollars for services in every county. We also preserve a Colorado First offer to insurers with a home or regional office here, so in-state carriers get the first chance to participate. We've been really careful about transparency and oversight. Treasury will provide data files to the Division of Insurance and DOR and keep records available to the state auditor. And because some institutional buyers overlap with affordable housing tax credit investors, Treasury will coordinate timing with CHFA, publish a weighted average sale price, and use that claim year schedule to avoid colliding with major housing equity rounds. Our sale is one-time and capped. Housing credits are ongoing with their own caps and pipelines, and smart sequencing lets budget stability and housing production move forward together. We limited eligibility to insurers and C Corps to keep this tool fast, clean, and auditable. Including S Corps, which we looked at doing, would push credits onto thousands of individual returns via K-1s, slowing the administration and adding some risk for DOR. The cash fund structure means the general fund receives clean net dollars after legitimate issuance and closing costs are paid. On fiscal stewardship, ratings agencies care most about structural balance, reserves, and governance. This action is one-time, capped, and transparent, with clear scheduling authority and auditor access. The Treasurer's assessment is that 1004 does not harm Colorado's strong credit profile. We'll maintain the usual briefings and publish the sales facts so investors and the public can see the value in the guardrails. Colleagues, this bill is practical and disciplined. An 80% floor that protects taxpayers, a cash fund that nets costs before a general fund transfer, clear OSPB and Treasury pacing shared with the JBC, and strong oversight. It supports school districts' ability to staff classrooms and sustain instruction, keeps wildfire response ready, and studies essential local services this year, while we do the real work to make our tax base stable in the long run. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Any further discussion? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'd love to have a picture taken myself.
Sure. I bring camera. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the bill sponsors. You know, I go back and forth on this quite a bit because I think it's a really interesting way of raising money in the short term. If we have immediate needs for cash, which clearly we do, this offers an option. I do worry, and it appears to me that this is highly structured, but just like one other revenue source that we have seen perhaps be overused, and just one of them, but and there's many, but one of them would be marijuana sales tax, which was going to fund school infrastructure, capital projects for schools, and I'm sure that the good senator from Brighton could list all the things that tax is supposed to go to. And then we here in the legislature got really busy thinking of other ways that we could utilize those tax dollars. And now that revenue source is essentially overutilized and not very helpful anymore. So I worry about that because when it comes to something like selling tax credits, you are kind of making, being very optimistic that we will have a surplus in future years, that we can basically accommodate the loss of revenue in future years due to these tax credits being sold. And I appreciate the optimism, but I still worry that we may be having short-term gain, and yet maybe long-term this would be a challenge for the state financially, especially if we get into a situation where tax credit sales are overutilized. So I worry about that a lot, and I really candidly think that we have to be so careful about how we do this. It's a low-hanging fruit sort of thing. But we have been known to overutilize programs like this. And so I don't think I'm speaking out of turn when I say we have a bit of a track record, if you will. So that gives me great pause. Because again, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I will, in that this is this is a Band-Aid. This is a Band-Aid approach to our current financial situation. And sometimes you need Band-Aids, sometimes you need tourniquets, sometimes you need to go to the doctor and have a full blood workup so that you can actually understand what's wrong with you. And I don't think that we have had that conversation in this particular special session that I'm still, even today on day 5, not finding special. I don't think we've had that really serious conversation. We have had conversations about Band-Aids that will take us through a short time. But we still have not talked about long-term strategy. And I find that deeply disappointing. I do have feelings. I am really disappointed about this because I think that that's the conversation we need to be having if we're going to be sitting here at the end of August. So yeah, we need short-term solutions. We need long-term solutions. We need a mix of all of those things. Wholesale, creating programs where we're selling tax credits and encumbering the state in future years is very, very worrisome to me. I will be a no on this particular legislation today, just simply because I don't find it to be a long-term solution that is sustainable. We need to talk about long-term solutions. Thank you.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, and thank you to the good senator from Castle Rock. I share a lot of your concerns, but I want to let you know that a lot of thought went into this. So we had folks calling for, well, if you're going to do $100 million, let's do $200 million. And that even came up in the Appropriations Committee. By adding C Corps in, we think we have right-sized this to just the right amount. If you offer too many credits and you don't sell them all, buyers are smart. They figure that out, and then they start lowballing you. So a lot of thought and effort went into right-sizing this. I agree with you that things tend to get overused around here, but given the situation we're facing, we thought this was the best market-based solution. It's an arm's-length transaction. It's absolutely permissive, so nobody's required to purchase these. But in the past, history tells us there's a great market for these. So we don't know yet exactly what the discount will be. We're hoping to keep it, in the shorter term. Certainly, I think it'll be competitive with affordable housing credits, but I think this is a program to help us plug the deficit we're facing right now.
Further discussion. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm opposed to 25B 1004. Greatly appreciate the 2 prime sponsors from Loveland and Colorado Springs bringing this forward. I mean, I know they're trying to help, and I think that's a great idea. Thank you. Appreciate that. Trying to figure out how to get an additional $100 million into the general fund. Now, it's up to $100 million if we get the tax sales in place this year. The problem for me is it just doesn't feel like very prudent fiscal management when to get $100 million, it's going to cost us 25 because of we're not selling them at full price. So it's going to cost us money, not to mention the $3.2 million to get a third party to go sell these tax credits. We're paying them. So, and again, I do appreciate it because God knows our budget needs all the help it can get. And so does everyone here now, I'm sure know that. But, and I'm pretty sure most of the people in the state of Colorado are getting that understanding as well. But I do have a couple of consternation with this because if you look under state revenue, it decreases state revenue by up to $75 million in 26-27, and it decreases state revenue by up to $50 million, hence the 125, in 27-28. It has the potential for doing that because we're going to tell them they can claim those out over certain years, but that's what could happen. So what I'm really wondering why, instead of trying to sell tax credits, we've got a couple $2 billion worth of tax credits in this state. And I'm not joking. I had the, not that you thought I was joking, but I had the chief economist, his staff, send me a list. And there's a long list of tax credits. We give tax credits. We could pause those. And I thought about pulling an amendment, but the problem is the title says sale of tax credits, and I'm pretty sure I'd get overruled that it doesn't fit under the title. To pause tax credits. Just pause some tax credits. We don't need to go try and sell. We don't need to pay an outside consultant, outside vendor, $3.2 million, lose money on the deal. To get $100 million, it ends up costing us $25 million. That's not that great a deal. I mean, it's a good try, though. But we have tax credits that we could sell, or not sell, that we could pause. In fact, if you want to go to Senate Bill 9, we were trying this. This bill died in committee. But if you want to go to Senate Bill 9 and look at Appendix A, and you look at what we could do if we just simply paused tax credits in a year when we're under the cap. If we're over the cap, that's a different situation of putting out tax credits. I mean, if we're over the cap, and we don't have enough for all the tax credits, we could go in and determine that some tax credits get paused and some do not. But in this case, this year, what has happened because our tax collections have dropped in this state because of tax relief? We're about $700 million below the cap. When they talk about the gap, that is what the governor's talking about. That is what the JBC talks about. That is what OSPB, Office of State Planning and Budget, talks about. That's what the Legislative Council Services talks about. We've got about a $700 million gap that we're trying to figure out how to fill right now. So I don't understand why we aren't pausing tax credits. That's the first thing. If we paused all the tax credits that are listed in Appendix A, and I'm not saying we have to. We could pick and choose. I mean, if we're just trying to find $100 million, how about we go through this list? Of course, it's not in the call. It should have been, because this would be sound, prudent management, fiscal management. It should have been, but it's not. But why didn't we go through and just pause some tax credits? We know how that works. The family affordability tax credit and the earned income tax credit have a mechanism to pause those, thank goodness. But it's too late. It's too late to pause those because the trigger is based on the December 2025 forecast. And whichever forecast the JBC picks, this year it was OSPB again, because that gives us more money to spend, which is really silly also. But it's too late. Like we would have had to pause them back at the end of 2024 to affect 25. So it's too late. But I'm not saying we have to stop tax credits. All we have to do is pause them. So you could go through this list and start picking some out. Heck, just pick half of them out. And we could have saved us $100 million or more. Maybe they all don't look, enticing to you, but at the same time, selling tax credits, $100 million worth of tax credits, and it costs us $25 million, that just, again, I mean, it's a good deal for the people buying the tax credit. It's not a good deal for the taxpayers of the state of Colorado. It's not a good deal for Colorado. I mean, it's a good try, though. And I understand that the good senator from Loveland and the good senator from Colorado Springs had to work within the call. So, I mean, Preservation of historic structures. There's a tax credit for that. 26, 27, it's $3 million. In 25, 26, the second half, that's all we can do is 1.5 million. We could have done stuff like that. Sustainable aviation fuel production credit. Is that more important than K-12 education and Medicaid providers? I don't think so, and nothing against any of these folks. I mean, sure, maybe we keep the job training investment, or maybe we just pause it for a year. We got to find $700 million. Innovative motor vehicle credits. I mean, you know, just look through the list. I'm not saying I would pick the affordable housing tax credit. I think that's important. We don't have to do them all. But maybe the qualifying student tuition and fee credit, before we go cut higher ed, maybe we should have stopped that tax credit. Before we go cut funding to higher education that will probably increase tuition, maybe we should have stopped the tax credit. I mean, there's a bunch here, there's a bunch more. Seriously, we have I think it's like $2.3 billion worth of tax credits. And even more importantly, why aren't we trying to stop the refunds that are within tax credits? And again, I'm not talking about stopping the tax credit even in that situation. There's refunds in some of our tax credits. Effectively, what's happening with those refunds now, I mean, when the tax credit was put in place with the refund, it's because we had a Tabor surplus. So the refund was coming out of the Tabor surplus. I guess some people probably think no harm, no foul, but we were paying for that refund out of the Tabor surplus. Now, because we have these refunds, and the family affordability one, tax credit is the biggest one. $633 million we are refunding now, not out of Tabor surplus. We are going to refund it out of general fund. That's the gap, folks. That is the gap. And I can't go get an amendment to fix this or to offer it up in a sale of tax credit bill, or I would. I tried it with the bill died. I said, let's just pause that. Not take away the tax credit. The people would still get their tax credit. 93% of the people getting the family affordability tax credit, their tax liability would be down to zero. To zero. I don't know why that doesn't make sense. Their tax liability goes down to zero, and we turn around and give them a check out of the general fund when we don't have it. We do not have it. So, again, you know, fine idea, I guess. I don't think it's very prudent from my perspective. Better than nothing, though, I guess. But I don't think it's very prudent. And I think it would have been more prudent to pause those tax credits in years when we don't have Tabor surplus. Otherwise, we're essentially just forking it over out of the general fund, especially the refunds. I mean, we use tax credits as a Tabor refund mechanism. Somebody talking behind me? But we're using tax credits essentially as a Tabor refund mechanism. Well, when we don't have Tabor refunds, we should stop using them as a Tabor refund mechanism. Because again, in the case of the family affordability tax credit, and I am not saying get rid of the tax credit. I'm saying maybe pause the refund. You don't even have to get rid of the refund every year. Maybe we just pause refunds in years when we don't have Tabor surplus. Maybe we just pause tax credits in years when we don't have Tabor surplus. And we don't even have to pause them all. We don't even have to pause them all. If we have $2 billion worth of tax credits, we only need to pause $700 million worth. Or not refund the family affordability tax credit refund out of the general fund. Just pause it. Our issue's solved. I mean, maybe it's too simple and that's the problem. I don't know why the governor didn't put this in his call. and allow us to pause tax credits. He's been very conscientious about them over the last 3 or 4 years since I've been here. Heck, folks across the aisle, you would all come in with tax credits, and he'd be like, no, you can only do that for 2 years. No, you can only do that for a year. No, you can only do that for this amount of money. Why aren't we pausing tax credits? I don't get it. But I also don't get, and I'm sorry, thank you for trying. Thank you. It's probably one of, at least a little bit better idea than some of the other ideas of increasing taxes that we've had in this session. So thank you. I greatly do appreciate that. But I just don't feel this is prudent fiscal management. And I don't understand why we're not doing the obvious, which is pausing tax credits or pausing at least the refunds, just even in one tax credit. And that solves our issue for this year. But folks, if we're going to do it, it has to be done in 2025. You can't do it in 26. Can't do it during the regular session. You know, I was asked that. It's like, oh, why don't you just do this next session? Because we need it now. And this is how we fill that gap now. That would be strong fiscal management. So I asked for a no vote on 1004, and let's all put our heads together and, you know, the governor can change the call, just saying. He can add to the call, and he could allow us to do this and pass a bill that does it. Thank you.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors for bringing this bill. I appreciate the intent to turn over all stones, try to figure out solutions for the challenge that we're going to have ahead of us. We're getting a great start on this. And I appreciate the comments by the good senator from Brighton talking about a potential pause of tax credits that doesn't cost anything versus a sale of tax credits that costs essentially up to 25%. I don't know about the rest of you, but I've got a couple credit cards. Some of them are personal credit cards, some of them are business. I'm paying on that credit card, if I don't pay the balance off, paying about 21% on that. Sometimes higher, sometimes lower, but that's kind of the rate that I'm getting right now. And if we were to sell tax credits, we'd be selling them for up to 25%, which to me even exceeds credit card interest rates. And I feel like if we were running the government like a business, making good business decisions, we'd be doing the best we can to maximize our revenue, to minimize our expenses, to try to hold this boat afloat. And if me and my business, if I was looking at doing some financing long-term over the next year or so, and paying a 25% interest rate to basically put expenses on a credit card because I didn't have the money to pay for the stuff right now, my business would be in dire straits. That would be the very last thing that I would think about doing is financing expenditures over the long term with a 25% interest rate. So I would proceed with caution if that was the decision or one of the alternatives that I was looking at if I was running my business. If I was going to pay 25% just to finance current month's expenditures. Again, I appreciate the effort, the diligence, thinking outside the box to try to come up with a solution to try to finance the budget for the state of Colorado. I feel like potentially spending 25% to generate revenue is not the smartest thing that we can come up with. And again, pausing would be great. Selling and paying 25% of it is a much more difficult financial decision to make. So I would encourage you to think about that as you're considering this bill. I would encourage a no vote on House Bill 25-1004.
Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I just kind of processing and thinking about within the last hour, we passed policy that
took away some incentives for the insurance industry. We all find us in this kind of weird spot sometimes. It's kind of like I'm for local control until I'm not for local control. But here we are, again, an hour ago, we did this past policy that took away incentives for insurance company. Now we're going to put forward a policy that says we're actually incentivizing the insurance industry at the same time. And I'd highlight, we're going to have this same, there's a bill following this one, 06, that we heard in finance yesterday, that they're similar now because of an amendment offered in finance committee yesterday that made reading that bill really complicated and difficult. But I think I did finally get it figured out. And I can't add any more than, I know the intentions of the sponsors well intended. You just have to do that calculation. Is it worth doing this to generate some revenue this year at a future expense to the state? I'll have to think about it hard. It puts me in a hard spot, but appreciate the effort the sponsors have put into it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 25B 1004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and 1004 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to 25B 1006.
House Bill 1006 by Representatives Brown and Gilchrist and Senators Judah and Mullica concerning modifications to the Colorado Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise to address the affordability of health insurance in the individual market using non-appropriated funding sources.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1006 and the Finance and Appropriations Committee report.
To the Finance report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Finance Committee report, we did run an amendment that changed the bill pretty significantly and the funding source. Originally, with the introduced bill, our funding source was going to be the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. We have changed that to have those dollars come from the sale of tax credits. We've broadened the pool of who can purchase those tax credits. You just heard from the previous bill some of those issues, and we want to make sure that we're not diluting that market and really trying to open it up a little bit and be as responsible as we can with that. There's also a pool of money that came into this bill that was found through negotiations as well. The governor, as we all know, over the interim, had found a pool of money for a certain project to honor our 150th anniversary. Those dollars are not being used for that project anymore, and those dollars are now going to be used to try to make sure the folks of Colorado can keep their health insurance. We also, through that amendment, set the floor for these tax credits at 80% rather than 75%. We were able to, I think, do a lot of work here, address a lot of the concerns that we heard, and try to move forward to get this funding in the most responsible way possible. Would ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion, oh, sorry, my apologies, actually. Senator Samora Wilson, you had raised your hand previously, and I did not catch that. My bad. Senator Samora Wilson.
On the committee report.
We're on the committee report.
All right, any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? All those in favor? Senator Bridges.
Thank you for the source of funds change.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Finance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and that Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Approps report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did run two amendments in appropriations. One was to appropriate dollars for the program and to be able to sell those tax credits. The other amendment was technical, but there was a piece of that technical amendment that came from Finance Committee and from the minority leader, specifically who, when looking at these tax credits and what years they qualify for, there was a word in there that said may, which obviously left it a little too broad for, I think, some folks' liking, and so we actually ran an amendment of probes to change that may to shall, so that they are required to list what those dates are. Ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Approps report? Senator, Leader Simpson, my bad.
Didn't think we'd get there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my suggestion.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Approps report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Approps report to 10:06 is also adopted. To the bill, Senator Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill would increase the funding for both the reinsurance and health insurance affordability enterprise for just 1 year to help mitigate the drastic impacts the federal actions that will lead to thousands of Coloradans losing their health insurance. The Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise was designed to address the affordability of health insurance on the individual market, while also enhancing subsidies for low-income marketplace enrollees and provide subsidized health insurance for residents not eligible for federal subsidies. And finally, to help fund the reinsurance program, which has saved Coloradans over $2 billion in premiums since its inception. Unfortunately, the federal government has thus far failed to extend those enhanced advanced premium credit tax credits that were integral to keeping premiums affordable. And as a result, more than 80% of Coloradans enrolled in Connect for Health Colorado will see premiums increase by nearly 175% on average per year. In committee, the Commissioner of Insurance said something, and I want everyone to understand the importance of this. A family of four that makes $128,000, which is 400% of the federal poverty level, will go from paying about $11,000 per year for health insurance to about $25,000 in the Denver metro area and up to $35,000 in some of our high-cost rural areas. The Denver Post reported this past April that child care now costs around $25,000 a year. So let's put that into context. That family of four that the commissioner was talking about, a $25,000 loss to $128,000 household income would be nothing less than catastrophic. I can't even imagine what that would be if those families had 2 children in daycare. So I want to give a quick snapshot of that net increase from all around Colorado for folks that need financial assistance. So if you bear with me really quick. These counties: Jackson, 365%, Delta, 333%, Ouray, 314%, Crowley, 334%, Logan, 274%. I'm not keeping it just to rural. Adams County, 176%. Denver, 164. El Paso, 159. Montrose, 344%. Fremont, 265%. Douglas, 161. Weld, 189. Arapahoe, my county, 179%. And finally, Custer, 283% average net increase for these folks' health insurance. The Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise can't make up for all of the losses, but it can, in fact, help mitigate this coverage loss. And it'll help do that with additional funding. This bill is just a one-time allocation of $100 million to the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise Cash Fund. And those dollars will then be up to $50 million moved to the reinsurance program and up to $50 million to provide subsidies for low-income Coloradans. Before I turn it over to my co-prime, I want to leave you with this. This bill is about saving lives, thousands of lives. And someone opposed to this bill said something that stuck with me. People make choices all the time, and if they choose not to re-enroll because of cost, that is their choice. But we as legislators also make choices. We make choices for all of these counties I just mentioned. For Delta, who's going to see a 333% increase in the net average of their health insurance. We make choices so that our constituents don't have to make the choice to use the ER as their only option of primary care. And they have to make the choice to pray that they can get through one more emergency without financial ruin. We as lawmakers make the choice to ensure that Coloradans stay covered, are protected, and have access to care they need when they need it. At the core, this bill is about dignity, security, and survival. Thank you.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my co-prime for those words and for the work that she's put in. And Madam Chair, thank you to you as well for the work that you've put into this bill and the conversations that we've had and the changes that you've made as well, because I think that is a key thing that I want to focus on here, is that I think you can see the work that we've put in here. You can see the amendments that we've done. We've heard the concerns, and we've addressed a lot of those concerns to the best of our ability. But the fact is we are in this situation. We are in a situation where these premium tax credits have not been renewed. We know the impacts that that's going to have on the market, that's going to have on everyday people's lives. And doing nothing is not an option. Doing nothing means that more people will be harmed. And that's what we're trying to do here, is we are just trying to keep the train on the tracks a little bit. We are trying to give us the space that we need to have real conversations, because if I'm being honest, no one's excited here. No one's excited about having to use unclaimed property trust fund. No one's excited going this route. No one wants to be in this position. But the fact is, we are in this position, and we have a job to do. And if these premium tax credits do go away, then we're going to have a real conversation. We're going to have a conversation across both aisles of what this looks like and what the world that we're operating is going to be in, and how we're going to make sure that folks keep access to their health care. And I think that's the key thing. I think everyone knows my job outside of this chamber and working in the hospital and the ER. And I think that the point I want to make is that healthcare is an ecosystem, that we're all connected, that when someone doesn't have insurance, it doesn't mean they stop getting sick. They still potentially get sick. But what it does mean is that when they go to that ER, they have to get the care. But you know who doesn't have to give them the care if they don't have insurance? Their primary care. So they're not seeking out that primary care. They're not getting that care they need to make sure that they're not sick. So they show up to the ER sicker. They get admitted to the hospital. That costs a lot of money. That money just doesn't disappear. That money gets passed along to everyone else. And so it's in everyone's benefit to make sure that people are insured. And that's what we're trying to do with this bill, is we're trying to make sure that we limit the impacts of these tax credits not being renewed, and making sure that we try to keep the most people that we can to be insured. And so my colleague, my co-prime sponsor, went over all of the counties. We know that this touches every one of our districts. I see a line here that we're going to have probably a significant discussion on this bill, and I welcome it. I welcome it. And I welcomed it in finance, and I will continue to welcome it, because we need to have difficult conversations. And we need to include everybody in those conversations, because guess what? The policy that we're working on right here probably impacts this side of the aisle's districts more than maybe some of this side of the aisle's districts, if we're being honest. And we know this is a huge rural issue, and we know we need to bring everyone together, and we're willing to do that. And we're willing to have those difficult conversations. And so I look forward to this conversation today, look forward to continuing these conversations and trying to find a solution. Before we get going, though, I'd like to offer an amendment, if we could.
Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L22 to 1006?
Amendment L22, amend the Finance Committee report dated August 24th.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L22.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this came from the drafter. It's very technical because we are in the tax credit realm and there is another tax credit bill in the system. It's just some language that she had missed, making sure that we are correlating with those, no matter if it passes or doesn't pass. And so it would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any discussion on L22? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L22 to 1006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L22 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Zamora Wilson, you were in the list first. Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
To the amendment. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L23 to 1006?
Amendment L23, amend regross bill
Senator
page 3.
Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L023 to HB 25-1006.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is just simply trying to mitigate perverse incentives that could incur. If taxpayers are giving private organizations money, our Constitution, Article 4, Section 34, explicitly prohibits the appropriation of that money passing through, and then that organization, that money continuing to, through giveaways or through profits. And there, in this, when it comes to health care, particularly when it comes to abortion, and I know I'm going to probably lose people immediately when I say that word, but what happens is that there is a market out there for stem cells and organs, and what this is doing is strictly prohibiting the sale or the for-profit, the sale of stem cells or organs strictly from aborted fetal tissue. This is not from live births. Stem cell research is very important, but obviously within my party, when it comes to through abortion, it's a moral issue. So, and what I want to really, for people to focus on is how strong the incentive is in these markets. So the commercial activities, mainly concentrated in the cord blood and tissue banking services market, is a multi-billion-dollar industry. The market for collecting and storing umbilical cord blood generates billions in revenue for both private and public banking services. The global cord banking market was estimated at almost $27 billion in 2024, projected to reach $41.36 billion by 2030. In the US alone, the cord blood banking market was valued at almost $7 billion in 2022, with private banking dominating revenues. Private banks charge significant fees for processing and long-term storage of a child's cord blood for potential future use by the family. Public banks manage donations for use by others, generating revenue through grants, fees, and collaborations. So again, going back to our Constitution, prevents taxpayer money going to an organization, private organization like Planned Parenthood, which is a nonprofit, and it's not fully controlled by the state. And that there can't be unconstitutional giveaway of the taxpayer money to pass those what's the word I'm trying to look at? A probable profit through other organizations. I'm trying to see what is. In Colorado, I know there's research going on in this market. So what it does is it provides a potential of profit. And again, this is just mitigating that, looking out for the taxpayer. I urge a yes vote on Amendment L023. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L23? Senator Mulliga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there's a lot of things you can probably say about this, but I think this doesn't even fit under the title. But even with that, that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about trying to put money into the healthcare affordability enterprise to make sure that we are funding reinsurance, that we're funding the wraparound tax credits because of the impacts of potentially not renewing a premium tax credit coming to our state. I'm always willing to debate that, but that's what this bill is, and I think it's pretty simple, and we've been pretty clear about it. And you look at the title, this doesn't even fit under the title. But I would ask for a no vote.
Sorry, Senator Mulliga, are you requesting a title ruling, or are you
Can we
requesting
do a senatorial 5,
no
Madam
vote?
Chair, please?
Senatorial 5 has been requested.
You sure? Do you want to fight it?
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to withdraw my amendment.
The motion before the body is, at the sponsor's request, L23 to 1006 has been withdrawn. To the bill. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I want to speak a little bit. A lot has been said, and rightfully so, about the affordability of health insurance. And I think the good senator from Arapahoe County, was rattling off a lot of statistics about how costs were going to go up due to H.R. 1. And I just wanted to, something that has not been brought up, and I wanted to highlight to the members, because we certainly all want our health care to be affordable, and one of the ways that it will be affordable is due to H.R. 1, not one of the ways, is a lot of people, and this has not been brought out, but I want to bring it up, is that the standard deduction, when people do their income taxes, the standard deduction has now been more than doubled. It's going from approximately $13,750 to over almost $28,000. That in itself, just the standard deduction being doubled, is going to have a huge significant impact for millions of Americans and tens of thousands of Coloradans that what they were paying in federal taxes, and as a result, because of the way Colorado's tax code goes in parallel with the federal, is there's going to be thousands and thousands of Coloradans that will now pay zero federal income tax as a result of the standard deduction being doubled. The other thing, another positive point of H.R. 1 is the no tax on tips. That's going to impact thousands of people who work, wait staff, bartenders, delivery people. I kind of ran some reasonable numbers. A wait person, I'll give you an example. A wait person, it's not unusual, that works in an average restaurant can make $150 a night in tips. I know that sounds like a lot, but it's very reasonable. $150 a night in tips, and they work 4 days a week. That's $600 a week, or $2,400 easily, $2,400 a month that they will not have to pay any federal or state income tax on. And if you talk about some wait people that get as much as $250 or $300 a night in tips, which there again, it sounds like a lot, but it really is not. That's upwards of $4,800 a month tax-free.
Senator Liston, we are on House Bill 1006.
We are, yes, and and the point I'm making is about the affordability, Madam Chair, is the affordability is that due to H.R. 1 is that there's going to be a lot of people out there that, yes, well, unfortunately, while their health insurance premiums are going up, is their tax liability has gone down significantly, that they will be able to afford the higher premiums, unfortunately. So yes, a wait person, I'm just giving examples of what's gone on with H.R. 1. It's been portrayed that it's sheer disaster. It is not, because there'll be hundreds, if not thousands of people that work in the restaurant industry, in the delivery industry, that receive significant tips that they will not have to pay any federal tax on. The other benefit of H.R. 1 is there's no tax on overtime. There again, to try and be respectful, is you have journeyman people that work in the trades, they get $30 to $40 an hour.
Senator Liston, back to 1006, please.
This is about affordability for health insurance premiums. That's exactly what it's about, is that if you're paying less in taxes, you're going to be having affordability for your health insurance. With no tax on overtime, there are people out there that are going to have, with just minimal overtime of 10 hours a week, that they're going to have over $1,200 a month tax-free, that they'll be able to afford their premiums. And if you're in at $40 an hour, which is nothing unusual for people in the trades, they're going to have $1,600 a month tax-free. Another benefit of H.R. 1 is, talk about the affordability, is the child tax credit has now been increased to $2,500 per child. $2,500, that's real money. We're talking about affordability of health insurance. Another benefit of H.R. 1 is if H.R. 1 had not passed, the taxes for every working American, for every American virtually, would have gone up. And so as a result now of H.R. 1 is that the tax cuts have been made permanent.
Senator Liston, back to House Bill 1006, please.
Yes, affordability is that there are people that are going to save thousands of dollars in income taxes due to H.R. 1. So it's very important that people will be able to spend their own money wisely, and whether they want to spend it on health insurance, whether it's the private market or the market that companies have to pay. And last but not least, we've been talking about the seniors. The seniors, for those who are 65 and older, they get an extra $6,000 deduction when they're 65 or older. So there are many positive benefits to H.R. 1 that have not been brought out. I just wanted to bring that up in terms of affordability, that there will be thousands and thousands of people that will have extra money to the tune of thousands of dollars in their own pocket that they can use for health insurance or whatever else they seem. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the bill sponsors for addressing this, this situation that is cropping up on us and needs a solution for sure. As I'm making decisions in my business, I typically consider a couple key factors. As I decide which way to go, I think about effectiveness. Is this decision going to be effective? Is it going to have the effective results? And how can I do this most efficiently so that we're using our resources in the most efficient manner to achieve the result we want to go? And so if I can get green lights on those, is it effective, is it efficient? Have I combined those methods together to try to come to a solution to solve a problem? I feel like I can move forward. And I feel like as we're trying to run the business that we call the government that we should be running as a business, we should be considering those factors of effectiveness and efficiency. Are we achieving this with the best intent, the best path? This bill, House Bill 1006, uses a financing method that is the same as the previous bill that we heard. I have the same concerns with financing our government with credit card interest rates to try to solve a problem. We did hear a bill within the last few days that ingeniously shifted funding from one program to another program and had no net downside effect on the overall funding of the government. And I thought that was brilliant, and I think we could take some lessons from that bill and apply it forward in some of the other things that we're considering, and how we can kind of shift some funding around from one program to another to try to solve our priorities. And I feel like we need to be looking closely at our priorities. I do feel like healthcare for the citizens of Colorado is a priority. What else should we be looking at to try to shift funding from other programs that may not be as high of a priority as this? And how can we move those resources to shift to this important issue that we're dealing with? I'm concerned, again, about the sale of tax credits for future at credit card interest rates. It scares me. I just have to say that from a business standpoint. The other thing that I'm concerned about is we're looking at roughly plus or minus $100 million with this bill. I feel like that probably goes maybe 1/4 of the way to solving this issue. I think this issue is huge and deserves probably 5 times the work to get there. And I don't think we're going to be able to sell tax credits that much to cover the issue that we're looking at here. I really would like to see some accountability between the government and the insurance market to make sure that the insurance market is being effective and is being efficient. And if we're going to step in and provide resources and supplements and to try to help folks with their health insurance, then we should gain a little bit of accountability back for that program. We should be looking at Our deductible amounts, we should be looking at our co-payment requirements. We should be looking at co-insurance requirements. We should be looking at our premium amounts, and we should develop a system of accountability back and forth between the government who's funding and the insurance market as a whole. And with that, I'd like to offer an amendment.
Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L18 to 1006?
Amendment L18, amend re-engross bill, page
Senator
8, line.
Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L18 to House Bill 1006.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
So this amendment would establish a plan of accountability for the insurance market that would be propping up with this. It would require some reporting back to the Joint Budget Committee, talking about those deductible amounts, those co-payment requirements, co-insurance requirements, gross premium amounts. And I feel like this level of accountability is appropriate as we look at stepping in and aiding and assisting this insurance market. And I would encourage a yes vote on L18.
Further discussion, Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my good friend from Weld County. I really appreciate your friendship and being able to talk about these issues. I am going to ask for a no vote on Amendment L18. We've seen this amendment. We've talked about it. I think one of the issues with it is that that information is not readily available right now, and it will generate a fiscal note, and where I think we're trying to make our dollars go as far as we can. I will also say that in the bill, we worked with the introduced version of the bill to bring accountability pieces to the table and transparency pieces with the business community as well, with the health plans, bringing in an audit component to the bill for the enterprise, requiring more transparency to come out of that enterprise as well, that they have to report back to the legislature. And so I don't think we're ignoring that as well. And I will also just say too, in regards to this amendment, in regards to I think some of your arguments is that when we are looking at this, there's other components that are coming out of the legislation, out of the federal government, that we do have space to talk about. This one is an immediacy. We know the impacts are going to be immediate. We may have a year or 2 years to talk about maybe some of the Medicaid impacts and whatnot. With these tax credits, we're seeing an immediate impact. And so I think we're just trying to make sure that we're getting all the dollars that we can into the system to try to limit the impacts of those tax credits if they aren't renewed. And so thank you for bringing it, but would ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on L18, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to support the amendment by my colleague from Platteville, Amendment L018. I think this amendment is a good addition to the bill. I think it'll give us a lot of useful information to compare the different health plans, private sector, government health plans that are out there available to folks. But I do also want to thank the senators from Thornton and Aurora for their work on this bill. Affordability of private health insurance is absolutely critical. As I've said, my goal here as a legislator is to work to make Colorado more affordable for families, and that's why I fight so hard to keep Tabor in place, to keep taxes low, whether it's income taxes, deductions, property taxes. But the issue of health care affordability is absolutely critical. It's top of mind for folks throughout our state. People are struggling with the cost of health care. There's absolutely no question about it. And I do hope that Congress this fall will extend these premium tax credits. These premium tax credits are set to expire at the end of the year. That's why we're here having this discussion. That's going to have a big impact on people if those tax credits are not extended. And my understanding, there are members of our congressional delegation who are working on that as we speak, and I fully support that. In some capacity, those tax credits should be extended. I think this amendment, though, is a useful addition to the bill because it requires an analysis of standard health benefit plans, state-subsidized individual health plans, and health plans offered by small and large employers throughout Colorado. So the report we're asking for would be submitted to the Joint Budget Committee, would analyze deductible, co-payment, co-insurance, and gross premium trends across the entire Colorado health industry so we can do some constructive comparisons. Through this analysis, the JBC would gain a better understanding of where waste, fraud, and abuse is located within the Colorado health insurance industry, ensuring that lawmakers can make relevant adjustments to future public health care services. An industry-wide analysis of health coverage trends is a low-cost solution to uncovering inefficiency and overspending within costly state subsidy programs. And this amendment would ensure that lawmakers are well-equipped to improve Colorado state health coverage offerings. So the amendment, if this bill is going to pass, I think this is a very constructive amendment. But as far as the bill itself, I do want to make a brief comment or two about that.
But at this point, Senator, we are to the amendment.
All right, I'll reserve my comments till on the general provisions of the bill till after we finish discussion on this amendment. But I think this amendment would certainly improve the bill. So I support it and ask my colleagues for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on L18? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L18 to 1006. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? No. Noes have it. L18 is lost. To the bill, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As to the bill itself, I realize, as I said, we're here talking about it because of the potential expiration of these premium tax credits. And as part of the call here for the special session, healthcare is certainly one of the major topics. In his call, the governor references rate filings for next year in the Colorado Division of Insurance, which are on average for Connect for Health Colorado and the off-exchange market increasing 28% and potentially as high as 40% on the western slope. Similarly, small business health insurance plans have filed for rate increases of around 13%. So again, I hope Congress will extend these, but I don't think the solution here in the state is continually putting more and more money into a government-run program. I prefer to use the private sector. I prefer to give the money directly to the healthcare consumers. We were all given a chance to introduce a bill relevant to the call. The bill I introduced, which I will probably pursue next year, is to create a 25% health savings account tax credit for folks. I think the way we can really help people who have high deductible plans, and the estimate from the Joint Budget Committee, or excuse me, from the Tax Committee folks who do the estimates, is that 400,000 Coloradans filing tax returns have a high deductible plan and use a health savings account. So we're talking about 400,000 people who would benefit from this type of a private sector approach, giving people a tax credit. Health savings accounts give us an alternative to increasing fees or taxes or borrowing trust fund dollars or selling tax credits in order for the health insurance affordability enterprise to reduce health premium increases. With HSAs, we instead make additional funds available directly to healthcare consumers in the form of tax credits. Now, HSAs are currently tax deductible, but in Colorado, that only gives you on a $1,000 contribution, that only gives you $44, 4.4%. So if we give them if we put into the code a 25% tax credit, that puts some real meat into these contributions that people can make and reduce their taxes. On $1,000 put in there, you'd get a $250 tax credit. So that's the type of approach I prefer. As I said, it's something I will likely pursue. We couldn't get it through this year in the special session. The majority party, for whatever reason, didn't find it to be a desirable proposal, and I realize these type of things, you do have to have offsets, or you should have offsets, and I did propose a number of very special interest tax credits that I think we could eliminate or phase out. I also proposed some spending cuts that we could make, as I did yesterday, and put the money right into the pockets of Colorado families to help them with their health care expenses. So I will oppose the bill. I think the better approach is to rely more on the private sector and to give the money directly to taxpayers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. I've got Senator Roberts, followed by Senator Frizzell, and then Senator Wallace, Senator Katie, sorry, Senator Wallace in the queue. All right, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I rise in strong support of House Bill 1006 and with immense gratitude to the sponsors, the good senators from Aurora and Thornton, for working on this issue, as well as the House sponsors and everybody who's been a part of this ever since we knew this was going to be a part of the call of the special session. And thank God it is, because we are facing a crisis in our state this fall when people start to get their insurance rates and their bills for their new insurance plans that start on January 1st. House Bill 1006 is going to help. It's going to help keep some of those increases in check. It's going to help provide some assistance across the state. And I applaud the creative solution in finding those funds. I think it's a responsible use of funds. It's a way to bridge, at least partially bridge this gap and cliff that we're facing this fall. But it's regrettable that we're even here in this position. We don't have to be. We are here because of the inaction of Congress, of the Republican-controlled Congress, not backing up the state of Colorado in a lot of bipartisan work that we have done in our state to lower health insurance costs over the last few years. When I first ran for the legislature, this was the #1 issue facing my district in the mountains and in rural Colorado. And it still is. We all know well that the Western Slope has the highest health insurance costs in the state. Some of the counties that I represent have the highest health insurance costs on the individual market in the country. It makes living in these communities, whether it's a resort community or a rural agriculture or energy producing community, incredibly hard. These are people who buy on the individual market. These are small business owners, like we were talking about all morning this morning. These are self-employed individuals. These are folks who are in between jobs. These are folks who are trying to provide insurance for their family. Like, as I mentioned, we have done a lot of bipartisan work in this state to try to bring down those costs since 2017, 2018, 2019, including passing the reinsurance program that the good senator from Grand Junction was a prime sponsor of to help create the reinsurance program here in Colorado that has allowed Coloradans to save over $2 billion since 2020 on health insurance premiums. And we got the authorization for our state reinsurance program. We had to get authorization from the federal government. Do you know who we got authorization from for our reinsurance program? Donald Trump. The Trump administration in 2020 gave Colorado the waiver to do reinsurance and utilize our savings to pass through to consumers. So it is shameful that we are now here in the second Trump administration and a Republican-controlled Congress that is refusing to honor and extend these tax credits that are so valuable to Colorado families of all political persuasions in all parts of our state. Reinsurance and the health insurance affordability enterprise has been limiting rate increases for many years. We've seen our health insurance rates go up about 8% a year, 7% a year on the individual market. If we didn't have the reinsurance program or the Colorado option in the health insurance affordability enterprise, those would have been going up 40% every year since 2020. So yes, they've gone up by 8%, but that's basically on track with medical inflation. Thank God we've had the reinsurance program in place. Thank you to the good senator from Grand Junction for your work on that, and to Speaker McCluskey and others. But if we don't have the premium tax credits extended by Congress, and our reinsurance program doesn't get funded, at least in part, by House Bill 1006, our constituents all over the state are facing a literal cliff. Not only are insurance rates filings going to go up by 28% statewide and close to 40% in Mesa County and across the Western Slope, and higher than the statewide average on the Eastern Plains, subsidies to help working families buy that insurance are going to go away completely. That means people's insurance prices, if you buy on the individual market in Moffett County, in my district, going to go up 221%. Denver County, 164%. Logan County, 274% increase in 1 year because the Republican Congress is not acting. Put this in context, a couple in Larimer County in their early 60s who buys insurance on the individual market, right now they're paying $186 a month for their insurance premium. This fall, they face a bill of $1,600 a month. It's a 780% increase for that couple in Larimer County in their early 60s. A family of 4 in Gunnison and in many Western Slope counties, mom, dad, 2 kids, trying to make life work in rural Colorado, they're currently paying $698 a month for insurance. $698, that's a lot. But they need insurance for them and their kids. Without earned premium tax credits and without House Bill 1006, this fall they're going to get a bill of $3,292 a month because the Republican Congress is refusing to act. In practicality, what does that mean? A lot of people aren't going to be able to afford those price increases. So what that means is our uninsured rate in Colorado is about to go through the roof. Over 100,000 people in Colorado are at risk of going uninsured. And so this is where it comes in. If you think the individual market and folks, have put themselves in a position to not afford health insurance and that's their problem, here's where it hits everyone. Uninsured Coloradans, uninsured human beings still get sick. They still get injured. They have to get health care somewhere, and they go to the emergency room or they go to their health clinic to get that care. And then nobody gets paid for that care. The clinic has to provide it, the hospital has to provide the care, but nobody gets paid. Uncompensated care threatens our hospitals and clinics all across the state. It's going to hit rural Colorado first. There are clinics in my district that are only operating on a few days cash right now. They will close. And people in rural Colorado are going to have to drive tens, if not hundreds of more miles to get health care. And then the hospitals are going to start closing, or at least they're going to get rid of services that people need. And then people are traveling further and further. And then uncompensated care hits everybody's insurance. So whether you're on the individual market, whether you get it through your employer, the whole insurance pool has to absorb those costs, and everybody's insurance is going to go up. So this shouldn't be a partisan issue. This is about every single Coloradan who needs health care, which is almost everybody, at least at some point in their life. And so I am here to urge the passage of House Bill 1006. This is the least we can do at a state. We are being responsible here in Colorado. We are stepping up in this face of this cliff, in the face of this void. But please, Congress, Congressman Evans, Congresswoman Boebert, Congressman Hurd, Congressman Crank, you ran for office. You are in the majority. You can do something about this right now. You can prevent people from losing their insurance. You can prevent people from getting sicker. You can prevent people from dying by doing the right thing and extending these tax credits to help support the bipartisan and nonpartisan healthcare reform we've already done here in Colorado that we need to continue. I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1006.
Senator Fiscal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree, this should not be a partisan issue. I agree. Taking care of the most vulnerable, making sure that people have insurance, it's not a partisan issue. You know, this administration's goal, we hear it all the time, down on the first floor, that administration, is to save people money. We hear it all the time. But I'm submitting to you that healthcare savings have been based on federal subsidies, taxes and fees on health insurance. We've been very, very reliant on federal subsidies, and perhaps not realistically so. We're seeing that today with the situation that we're in. We have two healthcare providers, big healthcare providers, who have stated their intention of exiting the market here in Colorado. And when I asked the commissioner about this in our finance hearing the other day, I'm like, you know, what do you think about this? He indicated that if this bill passes, that he didn't think that that would actually come to pass. I don't know. I don't necessarily share his optimism on that. I find great irony. I find great irony that we seek to fund the enterprise with the sale of tax credits and selling those tax credits to the very folks that we have been penalizing during this session. I mean, maybe those two insurance companies who have filed their intent to exit Colorado are also impacted by what will be a significant tax increase. I don't know. There's a lot of irony. There's a lot of irony in the idea that we are wringing our hands over changes in federal policy and how it impacts us when we've built a house of cards. These federal credits have been slated to expire for several years. This is not a surprise. And I think you've heard that from other folks that have stood here. We could have addressed this in regular session. I don't know why we didn't, but here we are. You know, why let an opportunity go to waste? This is not a surprise. What this bill does is it buys another year. We just had a conversation a couple of minutes ago about the wisdom of selling tax credits, short-term gain, long-term. Candidly, I'm not sure what long-term looks like. I don't think anybody does. We're betting on a future that we don't know actually exists. And the reason why I say that is really important, because here we are, day 5, and we still have a structural deficit in our budget. Nothing has changed. Nothing's changed. We still have that structural deficit. And so now we're selling tax credits that will be redeemed, I don't know, 2, 3, whatever the time frame is. And we have the expectation that we're going to have surplus in our budget to cover that loss of revenue. But there is no guarantee unless we do something about the structural deficit that we have, unless we do something about that structural deficit, that's still going to be here in 2 years, in 3 years. It's still going to be here. We're still going to have budget shortfalls. So that's why this worries me. It worries me a lot. It's 1 year, one more Band-Aid. It's one more thing that we're going to have to account for in a budget that is already in trouble down the road. I want those tax credits extended just like you do. I do. And I am reaching out to my woman, she's a woman, sorry, my congresswoman, and letting her know. I want to talk to her because this is important. It's important to the people of Douglas County. It's important to the people of Colorado. And by golly, I'm going to jump up and down about that. And I promise that to the people that I serve, not just in Douglas County, but in the state of Colorado. It's important that every single one of us does that, right? I always tell the folks that I serve when I'm back in my district, well, I live in my district, so I've been there a lot lately, right? Which is a good thing. But I always tell them, it's like, you know, I'm an advocate for them at the federal level too, because I can send a text to our congresswoman and say, hey, I have a constituent with this issue. That's one of my jobs, one of the hats that we put on when we're in this role. And they always really appreciate that. This is no different. This is just the same, is that it is our job to make sure that we voice the concerns of our constituents. But that said, I fundamentally disagree with the sale of these tax credits given the structural deficit that we are in, rather than cutting spending, rather than dealing with the structural deficit itself. Those are the conversations we need to have. I hope from my toes to the tippy top of my head that we start doing that beginning in January, because we must have those conversations. And I implore you to join me on that journey. Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate your attention.
Senator Wallace. Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I am so grateful to the good senators from Aurora and Thornton for bringing this legislation and for the tremendous amount of work that you put into bringing us all together to address the cruel outcomes that we are seeing from H.R. 1. I know it's been a lot of work, and so I truly appreciate that. In my district, the loss of the premium tax credit will mean Boulder County folks are on the exchange will experience 114% average premium increase, and 1,200 people will lose insurance they previously received. For Weld County, there will be 189% average premium increase, and 6,652 people will lose their insurance. It's a nearly 50% drop in those participating in the exchange. They can't afford it, they won't get coverage, and that will mean that care is more expensive with worse outcomes. It will also ripple through our healthcare system, causing a domino effect of strain and less care for each of us. Heading into the special session, a constituent wrote to me And she said, quote, "I've been worried about how much I'm hearing our health insurance premiums might go up since HR 1 passed. I've been thinking about buying just a catastrophic health insurance plan for myself for next year and paying for everything out of pocket. I started working on seeing how much that might cost versus if I kept a regular insurance plan. I'm needing to make phone calls to each of our providers to inquire about a self-pay visit cost, to the imaging department for how much a mammogram would cost, then to the gastroenterologist, how much would our routine colonoscopy cost. Then there's lab work, calling a billing person to figure out how much that might cost. And then there's medications," she said. "I haven't even tackled those yet." She continued and she asked us, "Why does it have to be this way? Having to take my precious time to cost benefit this out is so irritating, tedious, and completely unnecessary. I feel kind of defeated, honestly, tackling it," unquote. This constituent also has a son who is severely affected by autism, cannot be left alone for his own safety, and will never be able to live independently. Despite depending on Medicaid to survive, my constituents were previously caught up in cumbersome, traumatizing redetermination processes to prove the same conditions that always existed. This isn't how healthcare should be. As my constituent put it, quote, "It's really sad that the Republicans, the party of family values, would make my family go through this. It's all about cruelty," unquote. I wish I could disagree with her. I hope that Congress, and I join in the bipartisan calls today for Congress to do something about this. Rep. Evans, who represents part of my district in Weld County, I hope he does something about the 190% increases and the just in my district nearly 7,000 people who won't have health insurance anymore. I'm grateful, again, to my colleagues for stepping up and addressing this where Congress has failed so far. I hope they change that. We're going to learn quickly, once again, that our health depends on each other. Balanced participation in the exchange preserves the exchange, and it ensures stability in our safety net care systems for all of us. We have to do better for our people. Thank you for your consideration, and I urge an aye vote.
Senator Zamora-Wilson, are you lined up to speak? Okay. Senator Zamora-Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, as mentioned before about bipartisanship, was that prior to 2019? Again, let me remind everyone that since 2019, the Democrats have controlled the House, the Senate, and governorship. And since then, the state spending has increased 44%. I'm going to keep saying it. This falls squarely on your shoulders. Taxes up 31%, fees up 15%. That's a tax. Violent crimes up 31%. Excuse me. Regulations. We're 6th in the United States. Regulations. In the markets, you increase regulations. Costs are going to go up. We hear about the costs. I can't afford this. I can't afford this. You're right. That's because of the policy. And yet we have this finger wagging at us. Do something. We shouldn't be going through this. You're right. But you want us to help fix, but tie our hands. Oh, no cutting. Can't cut.
Senator, is this to this bill? We would like to stay focused on 1006 if possible.
Thank you,
please.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
In regards to this bill, we give a very conflicting message where, in one aspect, we're negatively impacting the big businesses, and they should pay their fair share. And then with this bill, oh, but here's credit. Again, these are going to increase costs. We're trading. We're trading on the dollar, was it 80 cents per dollar? We don't even know if people are going to buy these credits. There's no guarantee. There's uncertainty. It's going to cost. And I urge a no vote on HB 25B 1006.
Senator Kirkmeyer. Oh, I'm sorry. Sponsors, did you wish to speak? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow, experience cruelty. Republicans refusing to fund health care. Wow. Y'all should come to the Joint Budget Committee. Come join me at the Joint Budget Committee. Come on over any time that we're in session. Come on over. In fact, you should have been there last year. In fact, y'all should come to our meeting on, I think it's this Thursday, that we're having with the governor. That's, of course, if we get out of here by that time. Because he's going to exercise that authority to do an executive order to suspend spending, which you already had in law. And the rumor is he's going to cut Medicaid provider rates. It's going to cut access to health care for 1.2 million people. Have we sent anything from this body to the governor to let him know we don't like that? I know I've certainly made my feelings known. Are we calling him? Experience cruelty? Come on over. Come on over to the JBC. I don't disagree with you about the sad state of our healthcare infrastructure. I do not disagree with you at all. In fact, I feel like I fight for it every day I'm down here, mostly over at the Joint Budget Committee. Don't disagree with you. We have 25 counties that have a maternal health care desert. In Colorado, when I was first state senator, the good senator from Alamosa, San Luis Valley area, we were sitting on the Health and Human Services Committee. We were told we were passing things because those hospitals just made too much profit. We went from hospitals thriving to barely surviving. I agree with you. I've drafted letters that some of you have signed. I've supported things you've done. Sent letters off to Healthcare Policy and Finance and asked them what the heck are they doing? How bad are they going to damage our healthcare system? I've wrote op-eds with folks. We've carried bills to save the safety net. I'm reading in the summary of the legislation under tax credit in the fiscal note, the sale of insurance premium and income tax credit for this bill does not occur if Congress extends the federal enhanced premium tax credit. It's not a foregone conclusion. Doesn't mean we shouldn't go talk to our congressmen and women. All of them. All of them. What are the other four that aren't Republican doing? Are they talking to them? Are they working this at the federal level too? That's great. We should be talking to all of them. It's important. I don't disagree. But to sit here and think that this is just Republicans doing this, I can tell you, I feel your frustration. In the last budget request from the governor on November of last year, cuts to rural health care. You know who got the increase to rural health care? Me. Governor comes back the very next year and cuts the increase I got. Cuts to provider rates for Medicaid people. Those, you know, when we cut the provider rate, that means we aren't reimbursing Medicaid providers, healthcare providers to the right level that needs to be there. We never have. We never keep up with inflation. Never. Do you know who fights the hardest to get that up?
Republicans on the Joint Budget Committee. We want to sit here and yell and scream about Republicans? You want me to start yelling and screaming about Democrats more? That's not right. That is not fair. We worked our tails off last year, the good senator and I from Thornton, to save our safety net and to stabilize it. You don't think I got criticized for that from people in my party? Y'all want to get up here and yell at Republicans? I want to get up here and yell at the governor every day and a few Democrats every day that are in this chamber. Why aren't they helping me more?
Senator Kirkmeyer, could we please
I'm going to get there.
this bill, please?
I'm going to get there, Madam Chair, but you let everybody else go off on their comments with regard to Republicans at the federal level. So I'm telling you about my frustration about Democrats here in this state, starting with the governor. I get to make my opening comments too.
I think you've had plenty of opportunity during these
Great.
last few days. Could you please get to this bill?
I'm going to get to this bill, and I'm
Now.
setting it up. The governor is talking about cutting Medicaid rates right as soon as this session's over. He gave us a call with no option to do anything but raise taxes. No option to cut spending, no option to pause tax credits, no options.
Senator Kirkmeyer,
So-
if you can't get to the bill in the next 10 seconds, we're going to take a senatorial 5 and have a side
Great, let's take
conversation.
one.
Great. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill sells tax credits. It's going to cost us $25 million bucks to try and raise $100 million of tax credits. And the sale of those tax credits doesn't go into the general fund. Does not go into the general fund. So we're not stopping the gap. I thought that's what was in the call. We've had a shortfall of $700 million. Thank you. We have a shortfall of $700 million. I'm not saying thank you for the shortfall. I'm saying thank you for the water. The dollars aren't going to the general fund. But if you look in the legislation and in the amendment that was passed in the Committee of Finance, on the first page, you know what happens? If we don't raise $100 million worth tax credit sales, we're going to backstop this with general fund. You know, people talked about making tough decisions. We haven't made those. We have not made tough decisions. At least not here. We didn't cut our spending. We still spent more last year in our general fund operating, more than inflation. We didn't cut spending. I mean, I just want you to go back and start thinking about what happened during the budget amendment time when the long bill's on the floor. I want to tell you what happened when the JBC finally did have a meeting with the interim forecast. The Director of Office State Planning and Budget informed us of 4 supplementals to increase spending. Says we can't pay our bills, but hey, we need to increase spending in these 4 areas. So in this bill, and I'm thankful to the 2 good senators who are sponsoring this and trying to find something to help out. That is not my issue. We've worked together. I've supported your bills to try and help with the healthcare infrastructure system in this state, because it's crumbling. And if those Medicaid rates get reduced, it's nothing compared to this. So this bill says, yeah, this isn't about filling the gap, not the $700 million shortfall. And it backstops everything with the general fund. So to me, that means because of the year we're in, it'll come out of the reserve. We're going to have to pull out of the reserve if we don't sell those tax credits that are going to cost us $25 million to sell 100. Between this and the other bill, 1004, it is $200 million worth of potential tax credits costing us $50 million bucks, not to mention $6.4 million to an outside administrator or outside vendor to actually sell those. You know, we are still going to have to make cuts in this current fiscal year and in the next budget year. We are still going to have to make cuts. Because if you look at the fiscal note, you'll notice, I mean, we're going to have to even make more cuts. You'll notice that in our budget year, minus $75 million in revenue to the general fund. Going to have to make that up. Y'all are going to have to start making tough decisions. Last year, it was about cannabis entrepreneurships that held up the budget over in the House. Crazy. What's it going to be this year? We are going to have to make cuts. They should have been made last year. The governor should be making cuts now. He does not have to spend money. He can stop spending now. We have to budget to current law. He doesn't have to spend to current law. So I noticed in here, in this bill, in the amendment that came over from Finance when I was in Appropriations, it's in Section 15, we're funding $10 million bucks from the refinance discretionary account. You know what that is? That's those ARPA dollars that the governor wants to spend on the bridge. The big, ugly bridge, as I refer to it. That pedestrian walkway that probably nobody would have walked on because you would have had to go like, I don't know, I'm exaggerating, a half mile out of your way. But, you know, we have no idea how many custodial funds the governor has. At one point, I know when I was talking about the big, ugly bridge, he said he had $39 million. He was going to spend $28.5 million on the bridge, on a pedestrian walkway that nobody liked. In fact, what was it, 96% of the people that he surveyed said, no, don't do that. Why isn't he giving that money over? If this is so darn incredibly important, and I believe it is, why isn't he giving us all that money out of his custodial funds? How much does he really have over there? Why aren't we challenging him to come up with the funding? I'll tell you what. The Joint Budget Committee in 2023, when we told him we weren't going to fund something or we were going to take money from somewhere with one of his pet projects, my God, he found money. Why aren't we challenging him to come up with this money? You know, selling these tax credits, you want to know what it does to the enterprise? It disqualifies it. The enterprise goes away for a year. All that money becomes subject to Tabor. We're going to have to increase the amount of money in our reserve because it comes subject to Tabor. So if we're going to do that, why the heck isn't he just giving us his custodial funds? How about he coughs up the money? He's got it. He always has money to spend on stuff over there, on his pet projects, on things he wants to spend it on. How about we start there instead of our reserve? Or instead of selling tax credits, face value 125 million, and we're only going to get 100 million maybe, and then we're going to backstop it with general fund reserves. How about we tell the governor, send us over the money? How about you go find it, governor? How about you go cut, I don't know, maybe just even 300 of those 7,000 new employees over the last 7 years? Something. How about you go look through your personal services lines and make some cuts and stop spending so much? Or how about this for another idea? You know, the Attorney General, he has a custodial account. He had an $800 million opioid settlement account. Why aren't we asking him? Why aren't we telling him? He could take some of those funds and use those, according to the settlement agreement, over in the Department of Public Health and Environment and free up ongoing general fund. But no, we're supposed to dig deep into our reserves or go into our reserves or increase taxes or take away a fee from folks, from small businesses instead. Why aren't we doing that? Why aren't they offering it? Why aren't they even offering it? Do they not understand the situation we're in here with our healthcare system and that we have 321,000 people that we are trying to ensure that we provide insurance for? Why aren't we pausing tax credits? Instead of selling tax credits and not making enough money off of them. And we're not even guaranteed we're going to make the money off of them. Why aren't we pausing tax credits? Instead of going into the reserve. Instead of putting us another $75 million short in 26, 27. You know, we're just going to have to go cut something else. What are we going to cut? And here's the other thing with these programs. Not only in Section 15, you know, there are three, my understanding is, I'm not an expert on this, like the good senator from Avon, or the good senator from Thornton, or the good senator from Grand Junction, or the good senator from Aurora. I'm not an expert on this, but I've been reading up on it. My understanding is this, that those 321,000 people are divided up into three kind of areas. It's my understanding. The reinsurance program, omni-salute, and the individual market. It's my understanding in the individual market, they're at 400% of federal poverty level. It's $128,000 a year, more than I make. That's $128,000 a year for a family of four. That's what 400% of federal poverty level is. On the omni-salute, 300% of the federal poverty level. What's that, about $100,000? That they could make $100,000 and they get free health insurance? How am I supposed to explain that to people that are only making 80 or 90 and not getting this? I mean, I tell them about the reinsurance program. You should go try and get it. But that's huge. 400% of the federal poverty level. Our CHIP program is at 265% of federal poverty level. Medicaid is actually at 138% of federal poverty level. We keep expanding it. We can't afford it. And by we, I don't mean me as the state government. I mean we as all the people in this state. We can't keep taxing people to pay for these services and then keep expanding the service and keep expanding the program. We can't afford it. And by we, I mean the people that we serve. The people in this state. And here's what's out on this omni-salute program. They get $5 million from the sale of tax credits. They're going to get $20 million from the reserve in the enterprise. That won't be an enterprise. And they're going to get $10 million from what I'm calling the Big Ugly Bridge Fund bill. Big Ugly Bridge Fund. $35 million bucks. I don't know how many people that's serving, but the people that are in that area, 300% of federal poverty level. This is just not a financially prudent way to, one, try and solve our gap problem, or two, to fund this program. I would rather, because eventually we're going to have to do it, we'll be back here, what month are we in, August still? We'll all be back here in April, literally all of us, when we're doing the budget, having to make even tougher decisions. I know last year we ended up putting the community health worker program back into the budget. We're going to have to cut it. It's not fun. It's not fun. But we got to start making tough decisions. We should have been making them last year, but we forgot. Gosh sakes, we need to start making them now because they're only going to get tougher. And there are ideas out there and things that we could be doing that, you know, you're all like, well, we're in it for the short-term game versus the long-term strategy. When I asked about pausing the refund and the family affordability tax credit, I got lectured, basically. And it wasn't about cutting the tax credit. It was just saying the refund that was anticipated to come out of Tabor surplus, there is no Tabor surplus, so now we're going to have to take it out of the general fund. How about we just pause it? And the answer was no. Those people need that refund. I think they need medical services and health care. That's what I think they need. That's why I think we should be paying for this instead of that. Maybe not all of this, but most of this, as you know, the good senator from Thornton, we've had that discussion. But that's what we need. Those are the decisions we're going to have to make. You're just prolonging this and making it worse. It's just going to be worse. We're going to be another $75 million short in 26-27. The tough decisions that we didn't make before are going to be even tougher decisions as we move forward. I mean, seriously, $125 million face value, we're selling for $100 million. We're doing this in 2 bills, so that's $200 million, $50 it's costing us, plus another $6.4 million, just so that in budget years 26-27, we'll be minus $75 million. In 27-28, we'll be minus $50 million. I got to go find it next year. We're going to have to make cuts anyways. They're coming. I mean, I think I understand pretty clearly how everyone feels about health care in this state. What I don't understand is why you're not willing to cut other programs and cut other things that are nice to have and not needs to have. We aren't cutting education, folks, not unless you all agree to a bill and to change the law. But Medicaid, health care to 1.2 million citizens in our state that are in extreme poverty, yeah, that's going to get cut. And we weren't even allowed to solve the issue. But again, on this issue, I thank you for what you're trying to do. I appreciate you both, I truly do. I know we're in the fight together about how do we fund health care in our state. I just don't think digging a bigger hole next year is the answer. That's all. And I don't understand why the governor can't go find custodial funds or other funds that he has in the Department of OEDIT, the Office of Economic and Information Technology, or whatever that is, whatever OEDIT stands for at this point, or in the Energy Office. Why aren't we making cuts there? Why isn't he taking money from there and saying, God, we got to fund healthcare in this state? Part of the reason is because the people in his party don't push him. They just don't push him enough. I mean, we tried pausing the wolf stuff and taking the money there and putting it over here. The answer is no. Why don't we push him? Why aren't we all yelling at him as much as you want to yell at everybody else? Why aren't you going after him? Because that's the problem. That is the problem. With that, I would ask for no vote on this bill. Sorry.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues, sponsors. Couple of things. We had a really good conversation in the Finance Committee yesterday morning on the heels of a 21-page amendment about 8 hours before the committee meeting. So we got to digest that, and Commissioner Conway came over and teed it up by saying he didn't get any questions in the House Committee. So we took advantage of that and spent about 2.5 hours talking about House Bill 25B1006. In our conversations about how do we have this engagement and conversation, and it shouldn't be partisan. It's been difficult in this environment, in this venue, in this particular special session, to do that and not get wrapped up in the politics. Even today from the well, the Republican-controlled Congress. But just to set the stage a little bit for you too, we are talking about the Enhanced Premium Tax Credit, EPTC. Its predecessor was the Premium Tax Credit, or PTC. It was established under the ACA, Affordable Care Act, in 2014. So the EPTC which expanded the eligibility and increased subsidy amounts, was introduced through ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. These enhancements were initially temporary, but were later extended through 2025 by the Inflation Reduction Act of IRA of 2022. 21, 22, 23, and 24 were all democratically controlled Congresses. Why the inactivity there? They had every opportunity, knowing that they were the ones that set it up to expire in 2025. Why was the inactivity there? To point fingers and blame in this scenario is counterproductive. We've identified losing that EPTC has consequences to our constituents, to our state, and trying to close that gap is of prior importance. If we get out of here on time tomorrow, I'm at a function with my Congressman Hurd, tomorrow night. We've had 3 or 4 conversations already. I know he's committed to working to reevaluate how this either a temporary extension or a modified extension to eliminate kind of this cliff event we're all faced with and challenged with trying to close this gap. But lesson learned, if we're relying on the federal government and a consistency there to keep things running here, we've set ourselves up for failure. Like, we should be actively and have agreed to work with the sponsors, the senator from Thornton and Aurora, and I've had a handful of conversations, again, in this very narrow window of 5 days. Figure this out. Like, all right, I don't have a whole lot of time to digest and work through this process again, but this was something we knew about for the last 3 years, that it was going to expire, and there was a risk of it not getting renewed. So the challenge for us is, how do we work in this space constructively to figure out how to be most helpful and beneficial to our constituents? You have my full support. We've had the same conversation about selling tax credits. Take a step backwards, the bill that was introduced was going to fund the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, which was a disaster in the making from my perspective. So greatly appreciate where the sponsors went with this and their recognition. I know at least the good senator from Thornton and I have had this conversation about that fund and the challenges of dipping into that again. So being thoughtful and trying to find a different path and an alternative to that funding mechanism, I value that immensely, and your willingness to engage. This is a pretty significant gap to try to close, with hugely consequential impacts to folks all across Colorado. And I know rural Colorado routinely gets highlighted. Look, there's a level of frustration building in me about now we're really concerned about rural Colorado. I get that, but more often than not, it's like almost an afterthought. So I do recognize and appreciate, particularly the sponsors' passion and interest in trying to help solve this problem and the real impacts it has on my constituents in rural Colorado and others as well. But again, this concept of selling tax credits, again, ironically, we just 2 hours ago shot down a bill, or we passed a bill that eliminated some incentives for insurance companies. Now we're going to give them an incentive to buy tax credits potentially. Again, the irony, and it happens here regularly, it's not that far out of character, but it was kind of weird that this all happened within the last couple of hours. So appreciate the time. Madam Chair, and again to the sponsors, thank you, and a commitment. Again, I'll see Congressman Hurd tomorrow if we get out of here on time, and to continue that conversation. And I have faith in my delegation and the Congress to actually do something in the right space and scope for Coloradans and give us a hand up here. So, but with that, I am opposed to House Bill 25B 1006 and ask for a no vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of HB 1006 as amended. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. 1006 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report.
Thank you. The question before us is, shall the committee rise and report? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
And it will come to order. Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and has had several bills under consideration. Can we get the clerk to read the report? Or I'm not reading this.
Before we do that, I apologize. Mr. Schaffler, please excuse Senator Danielson. Now, Senator Kipp. You got it. You said that the committee has met.
Yes, the committee has met and had several bills under consideration. Can the clerk please read the report?
Mm-hmm.
August 25th, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1004 as amended, House Bill 1006 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Kipp.
I move that we approve the committee of the whole report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Pelton B, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Pelton R, Baisley, Liston, Kirkmeyer. You are welcome. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse me, the whole report is adopted. House Bill 25-1004 is amended, 25B 1004 and 25B 1006 is amended, passed in second reading, order revised, placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 5.
Senate Bill 5 by Senators Robertson, Catlin, and Representatives Lukens and Martinez concerning a reallocation of funding from the Division of Parks and Wildlife for the reintroduction of gray wolves to the Colorado Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 5.
Please tell us why.
This should be pretty simple. The House completely struck the legislative declaration over the course of its journey through the House. They tinkered with it in the first committee, and then on the floor, they just got rid of the whole thing. So it doesn't change anything substantive about the bill, it just removed the legislative declaration.
Very good. Seeing no further discussion, the motion to Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 5. Are there any no votes? What? Senators Wallace, Madam Majority Leader Cutter, Sullivan, Henriksen, with a vote of 30 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill number 005.
The motion is a repassage of Senate Bill 005. Are there any no votes? Senators Sullivan, Madam Majority Leader Cutter, Wallace, with a vote of 31 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, SB 005 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2:30 today.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will stand in recess until 2:30. Oh, man. I didn't quite finish, so I can say announcements again. Announcements.
Very good. Mr. President, I would like a moment of personal privilege.
Senator Liston, that's granted.
Very good. A couple things, Mr. President. After speaking with Minority Leader and the President, I request to be excused tomorrow, August 26th.
That is approved.
And secondly, I ask, as a moment of personal privilege, that I forgot to ask for a moment of personal privilege, and I throw myself at the mercy of the President as to whatever fine you may want to fine me for yesterday.
You know, after having consulted with the Chief of Staff and everyone here, I think we should fine Senator Liston for not asking for a moment of personal privilege yesterday, $5.
Willing to pay it. Thank you.
Now, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2:30.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Again. Opposed, no again. The ayes have it. The Senate will stand in recess until 2:30 p.m. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of SB 004.
Senate Bill 004 by Senator Rodriguez and Representative Bacon concerning measures effective no later than June 30th, 2026 to increase transparency for algorithmic systems and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 004.
Further discussion, Mr. Majority Leader.
There is an amendment at the desk.
Ask for permission really quickly.
Oh, after what? Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I move the third reading and final, well, hold on. I request permission to offer a third reading amendment. Sorry. It's been a while.
Please tell us why you would like a third reading amendment.
Colleagues, after discussion and some of the stuff that we've had on the bill, I am offering an amendment to strike the bill to extend Senate Bill 205 until June 30th, 2026. To extend the bill, Senate Bill 205 to June 30th, 2026. Implementation. That's the bill's already law. I'm extending the implementation of the law of Section 17 of 617 of Section 17. So
the motion is Majority Leader Rodriguez's request for a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. What? The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L37 to Senate Bill 4.
Amendment L37.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L037.
To the amendment, further discussion?
Colleagues, this amendment amends the bill and strikes below to just amend Senate Bill 204 in the statute to move it from February 1st, 2026 until May 30th, 2026, which is allowed under the title of the bill. June 30th, 2026.
Further discussion on L37 to Senate Bill 4. Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. L37 has been properly moved. Any discussion on L37? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, in 2021, when I was appointed to serve as committee chair, I took the job very seriously. Our work on that committee was unique. Unlike the House Business Affairs and Labor Committee, in the Senate, our committee is entitled the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee for a reason. During my time in the state Senate, I have worked tirelessly to balance the best interest of Coloradoans, even when it came to contentious issues between the business community and organized labor. But we all can attest that the technology and innovation is transforming the very nature of work itself. That is why I took the time to specialize as a legislator to listen to the organizations who care about these issues and to work in this emerging space. I've worked hard to advance innovation within the tech industry here in Colorado. However, this rapid advancement and innovation cannot come at the cost of everyday people's rights. It's why I was so proud to champion Senate Bill 24205 back in 2024. Our policy is the first in the nation to outline a process to hold AI companies accountable when they've caused harm to Coloradoans. Was our bill perfect? I've said time and time again, my door is open and I'm willing to have these conversations. I chaired a task force during the interim committee of 2024 to convene stakeholders and listen to the challenges and potential solutions that would balance disclosure, accountability, and innovation for an incredibly quickly evolving sector of our economy. I've lost count of the numbers of meetings I've held over the course of the entirety of the 2024 interim, the 2025 regular session, the 2025 interim, and now in the last 72 hours. I've heard people say that I don't have any say in what was in or not in the governor's call for a special session. Believe me, I didn't have any say either, because I'm trying to fix an AI in a session that we were also trying to close a huge budget gap. It would be nearly impossible, but I stepped up alongside my coalition to get it done. At its core, Senate Bill 25B004 is truly about the following principles: disclosures from developers to the deployers of artificial intelligence, disclosures to the deployers to the consumers, 3, a right to correct those decisions if they cause harm, and meaningful liability for when harm is caused to Coloradoans. Our coalition and my co-prime sponsors have done incredible work. After years of conversation, last night we reached the outlines of a deal that would hold bad actors to account for their actions. Business, consumer protection advocates, labor, and educators came together, but big tech didn't like the deal. Because they don't like the liability, and let me be clear here, we could be the first state in the nation to enact guardrails around AI that result in liability to these systems when they cause harm. We have been on the precipice of a deal before. It's exactly why I pulled Senate Bill 25318 in the final days of 2025's regular session. 4 months later, here we are again. I have seen this building come apart at the seams not once, twice, but now 3 times over this policy fight. My coalition reached a deal less than 24 hours ago. It only took a few more hours to undo that work. Overnight, the tech industry decided that they were so unhappy with the compromise that had been achieved by consumer protection organizations, educators, labor, and business that they would rather return to Senate Bill 205. At the end of the day, we must ask ourselves, why does policy matter? What is at stake? Should a company whose AI system determines who gets hired, promoted, how much tenants pay for rent, who receives medical care, ever be held to account? If you think the answer to that question is no, then vote no on Senate Bill 25B004. But if you think that these should be a mechanism to prevent these companies from causing harm, that's what we achieved in Senate Bill 24205, and that's what we have sought twice since then. I would like to extend my gratitude for the caucus, for their patience and grace during this process, and to the coalition for their perseverance. Their hard work is a testament to why a policy like this matters. I have always been clear, I never wanted to spend a special sessions negotiating over Senate Bill 24205. For all these reasons and more, it became impossible to iron out a path forward that works for everyone. That is why I'm delaying implementation of Senate Bill 24205 until June 30th, 2026. I believe this is the path forward to build on the progress we've made, resolve the outstanding areas of disagreement, and achieve the policy that protects Coloradoans and businesses who utilize AI. On that note, Mr. President, I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L37. Mr. Minority Leader. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Minority Leader. Mr. Majority Leader, could you just, for our sake, one more time, move L37, in case we didn't for some reason?
We haven't taken a vote on the amendment.
On the amendment,
No,
L37.
I moved L37.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. just an observation and my tenure here, watching the majority leader and his passion in this space and his dedication. Been a most amazing 4 or 5 days this week, and I know it's not something he asked for, and I appreciate your recognizing your caucus, but I would extend the same gratitude to the minority caucus about staying with it and not getting frustrated, or at least keeping the frustration levels to a minimum, about trying to work with the majority leader and his passion in this space, and rise in support of Amendment L37. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senatorial 5. All right, seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L37 to Senate Bill 4. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, L37 is SB 004 is adopted. Further discussion on SB 004. Senadora Gonzalez.
To the bill. Lobby's full today, y'all. There's a lot of folks. Some who get paid by the session, some who get paid by the hour to do this work. This work matters. This policy is important because artificial intelligence as a tool is transforming our society. And we have broken ground here in the state of Colorado, thanks to the majority leader's work. Tireless. Why does it matter? Because AI, as it stands right now, has the opportunity to either bring us closer together or drive us further apart. But only if this tool has regulations and accountability around it for when it causes irreparable harm. I have a letter here from concerned Palantir alumni to tech workers. It begins like this. When J.R.R. Tolkien passed, he left the story of the Palantiri, the all-seeing stones of Middle-earth, unfinished. In a sense, the story is still being written. The myth of the powerful seeing stones warned of great dangers when wielded by those without wisdom or a moral compass, as they could be used to distort truth and present selective visions of reality. Similarly, Palantir Technologies' platform grants immense power to its users, helping control the data, decisions, and outcomes that determine the future of governments, businesses, and institutions, and by extension, all of us. Early Palantirians understood the ethical weight of building these technologies. A code of conduct was crafted to uphold democracy, preserve the spirit of free scientific inquiry, and ensure responsible AI development. Guardrails were set to prevent discrimination, disinformation, and abuses of power. These principles have now been violated and are rapidly being dismantled at Palantir Technologies and across Silicon Valley. This letter goes on, and it is signed by 13 former employees of Palantir. Why do I care so deeply about Palantir? Because Palantir is in my district. This is a letter from 10 members of Congress, June 17th, 2025, to Alex Karp, Chief Executive Officer, Palantir Technologies, 1200 17th Street, floor 15, Denver, Colorado, 80202. I am not going to read you this whole letter, but I am going to read you some quotes. Quote, Palantir employees have reportedly been installed at the Internal Revenue Service, where they're helping the agency use Palantir software to create, quote, a single searchable database of taxpayer records. Next quote, the unprecedented possibility of a searchable mega database of tax returns and other data that will potentially be shared with or accessed by other federal agencies is a surveillance nightmare that raises a host of legal concerns, not least that it will make significantly easier for Donald Trump's administration to spy on and target his growing list of enemies and other Americans. As you are aware, tax returns and return information are subject to strong legal privacy protections under Section 6103 and 7213A of the Tax Code. These laws were strengthened nearly 50 years ago with strong bipartisan majorities of Congress in response to President Nixon's abuse of the IRS to target his political enemies. One last quote from this letter from 10 members of Congress 3 months ago. You have bragged that Palantir enables its military customers to, quote, bring violence and death to our enemies, and that your software is, quote, being used by U.S. and allied defense and intelligence agencies for functions like target selection and mission plannings. We are concerned that Palantir software could be used to enable domestic operations that violate Americans' rights. Now that the Trump administration has been tapped to compile data on Americans, just earlier this month, Palantir itself booked its first $1 billion sales quarter, and its stock rose the beginning of this month to above $170 after breaking previous records 4 times this year in the global artificial intelligence race. Its billion-dollar quarterly revenue haul was fueled by a 53% spike in government sales, despite massive spending cuts under President Donald Trump and his Department of Government Efficiency, once led by the world's richest man, Elon Musk. Late Monday, Palantir raised its annual revenue expectations to between $4.14 billion and $4.15 billion. Quote, this was a phenomenal quarter, CEO Alex Karp said in a statement accompanying the earnings release. We continue to see the astonishing impact of AI leverage. All 35 of us know here in this building that we, too, have witnessed the stunning brunt, oh wait, they all went away, of AI leverage. We will continue to see it. May the 35 of us continue to follow in this work alongside our majority leader, a coalition of Coloradans, to continue to hold these powerful companies to account. I ask for an aye vote on 004.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, AI is, artificial intelligence is a unique step in the advance of technology for all of us, but I don't believe we should be in fear of it. I'm reminded of a British 19th century movement, textile workers who opposed the use of certain types of automated machinery due to There are concerns related to worker pay and output quality, and so they would destroy those machines in organized raids. They referred to themselves as the Luddites, self-described followers of Ned Ludd, a weaver who led that charge against that technology. AI has the uniqueness in that it could be self-motivating. It could make decisions based on factors that we don't ask it to. So we just need to be smart about how we deploy it. But the advantages of it will be phenomenal. And it's not going away. It's here to stay. We need to embrace it, control it well. But mostly, I just wanted to come here to thank the good senator from Denver, because his motivation is not to kill the next advance of technology for the United States. His heart is in defending folks who could be harmed by poor decisions and poor decisions that are made automatically. So for that, I appreciate your heart in that, Mr. Leader. So thank you for that. I know that's where you have been, where you started, and where you continue to go. I'll join you in that, and we all should join you in ensuring that there is not harm done to folks based on old machinery or new technology. I will just finish by saying I want to make my appeal to United States Congress, and U.S. Senate included, of course, to pursue national laws that address this, because otherwise we end up with the patchwork of laws for something that is universal, that's global like this, could easily put Colorado at a technical and economic disadvantage. So I call on our congressional leaders to put together good legislation that regulates AI in a smart manner and ensures the heart of the good majority leader. So thank you, members, and I would urge a vote yes on both the amendment and on the bill itself. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have different opinions about the swirl on the other side of the glass from my colleague. I think there are some really good-hearted people out there doing their best to represent folks that have a real interest in this. Whether that interest is financial, whether that interest is consumer rights, there are folks involved in this that have taken Colorado's first-in-the-nation AA law and worked really hard to find a path forward. And so I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the people that extended some trust after 2.5 years of distrust to have a conversation. What I have seen on this bill, and I didn't engage in the 205 fight, got a little bit more engaged since then, got pretty engaged on that last one, considering I lost a bill in the House over the last-minute debate at the end of the session. What I have seen in the last 2.5 days of work is more than what I have seen in terms of progress toward a bill that everyone can agree on than I've seen in the last 2.5 years. And I want to say to the folks out there, work together, talk to each other. We will not find a path on this bill if no one shares their language, no one shares their priorities. If we keep this close hold, we don't get there. I've worked on a lot of education bills, and this feels in a lot of ways like an education bill. I've said there are 4 things to worry about when you think about public policy. There's the policy, the process, the politics, and the people. And on education bills, the policy is almost never really what people are fighting about. You can almost always find a policy in K-12 world that works for everyone involved. But those politics, the people, the distrust that has been sown over decades, it's hard. It is really hard to find that policy outcome when the people involved don't trust each other enough to even have the conversation or to even just frankly share what it is they're looking for. Like, I don't want to tell you my priorities are, because if you know what my priorities are, oh no, God forbid, you might draft a bill that meets those priorities and maybe has something else in it, I don't know, that's not my priority, but that I don't love, and like, oh no, now I can't negotiate. That's not how this building works. This building only works when people work together, when they reach out and they are straightforward and honest about what it is they want, what it is they need, and where it is they can give. There is a Venn diagram overlap on this bill for all the various parties involved. There is a Venn diagram overlap. Broadly speaking, we agree that if AI is being used in a consequential decision, people should know. If you're applying for a job and AI is determining the first round of cuts, you should know that that's going to happen. And if you don't get that job when you apply with the name Rashad Coleman, and you do get that job when you apply with the name James Coleman, something's not right there. And then it's up to us, then it's up to the courts to figure out if that's because the person on the other side said, take out anyone named Rashad. Or if there's some AI model that when someone types in, show me all the most qualified candidates, that model excludes everyone named Rashad. This happens. I think, Mr. President, you know these sorts of things happen already without AI. Rashad doesn't get the job, James does. We know that already happens. That could happen on a much greater scale when AI gets involved, and we need to know that the system's being used to determine jobs, to determine housing, that those systems aren't making decisions that run counter to our values, because I don't think anyone in here believes that Rashad Coleman isn't qualified for that job if James Coleman is. There is a path here, but folks have to talk. They have to continue the incredible 2.5 days of progress that we've seen here into the next 2.5 months. We can get this done. This delay buys us that time. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. President James Rashad Coleman. Members, there's a bit of a full circle quality to this particular debate for me, having the privilege to be in this place at this point in my life, because 25 years ago, I worked in IT public policy for a university in another state. It was approximately the year 2000, and for those of us old enough to remember, the internet was in a more infant stage back then. If you had one of these, the battery lasted maybe 90 minutes, was 5 times as heavy, and probably cost you $3,000. And we certainly didn't have these things. And we could go on and on and on. It's tempting in the arc of technological evolution to think that we're dealing with new problems and to get lost in those problems and to maybe even doubt our ability to solve them, or to be convinced by somebody with an interest that the questions are beyond our ken. And I want to encourage us to discard those ways of thinking. What was interesting is in that time, I came across a discussion of the Greek root of our word technology, or techne. Obviously, we hear technology, we think of things like this, or the AV technology that pipes our discussions out into the world, and so on like that. But it had a deeper meaning to the Greeks. And I was struggling for just a minute here to find some way to recreate that sense from, that somebody had thought it relevant to go back 2,500 years to the Greeks and bring that into the era of the early internet discussion. And this is just an abstract of somebody's cut on this from something published under the Oxford University Press, November 2018. I'm just going to read it. It's brief. In ancient Greece, techne referred not just to crafts, but also to medicine and even rhetoric. But the Greeks engaged in struggles over the meaning of techne, struggles closely connected to the social status of technicians and their knowledge. These struggles focused on two questions. First is the issue of boundaries. What forms of action and knowledge deserve to be classified as techne? The second question concerns the moral status of techne and the social status of its practitioners. Are technologies neutral means, or do they possess inherent moral value? Are technicians virtuous or base? Aristotle, for example, subordinated the virtue in techne to ends defined by non-technical elites. At the same time, Aristotle articulated a hierarchy of knowledge with techne at the bottom, below moral and theoretical knowledge. So we are not developers of large language models in here, but by dint of being elected legislators from our respected Senate districts, we are forced to grapple with moral sorts of questions. And even beyond drafting details and staying up late at night, reading about NVIDIA chips, I think that's what this is about for all of us. At least that's the way in which I've been engaging with it. And I appreciate the comment shared by the senator from Northwest Denver. Members, this seems very new, and whatever the state of the art is on the technology now is going to be moot when we come back here in January because it's moving that fast. But I think the reason that I just wanted to come up here and speak for just a few minutes is to share my sense that ultimately the questions that we are grappling with are not new. We are all in this thing called society, and I believe we all share in the concept of personal responsibility, that if you cause harm, you should be held accountable to it. What we have is a set of technologies and their applications evolving faster than our laws have been able to catch up, notwithstanding the good efforts of the majority leader. That is what we are summoned here to do before it gets much later. So I look forward to more of this in January. Thank you.
Further discussion? There is further discussion. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to echo the comments of colleagues of mine on the concerns of why this regulation is so necessary, why unchecked AI can have outcomes that are discriminatory, why unchecked AI can take away freedoms of privacy, freedoms of due process, and the frustrating environment that we find ourselves in around this. Yes, Senate Bill 205 is imperfect. There are confusions related to adequate compliance and what compliance even looks like in some scenarios with the law on the books now, currently set to go into effect in February. There are questions surrounding liability. There are questions around fair enforcement mechanisms. All that is true. There are challenges and problems that need to be fixed. I readily see that, and I think that there is universal or near universal sight within this body of the need to see several adjustments made to that law. I know we're the first in the nation to adopt AI regulations at the statewide level. It is always challenging to be the first in the nation, particularly when you have emerging technology, particularly when there's an emerging trend involved. I have done that. I've worked on first in the nation policy around rights to repair, and that wasn't nearly as in depth as some of the nuances that go into AI regulation. It's particularly important because in this area, which will affect every American, we have seen the federal government intentionally take a step back. The federal government that has no willingness to address the clear and present harms that exist from the misuse that is enabled by AI. There's extraordinary opportunity for advancement, for betterment of quality of living, for business opportunities when AI is used right. Absolutely, I want to see those harnessed. There's incredible opportunity for abuse, and it's irresponsible to not ensure that that is minimized while also seeking to capitalize on the potential advancements. The reason I'm speaking here right now is because I've often been frustrated. I have seen so many times where when the potential for greater commercial opportunity is pitted against protections of significant potential harms to somebody small, to a worker, to a consumer, to a renter, to the general public. The balance of power so often, either just through the dynamics of politics as it exists, or sometimes through cries falling on deaf ears, lies with the entity of power. And while 205 is very imperfect, what has changed is it was, for a brief moment, an extraordinary bipartisan recognition of the challenges and the risks and the threat of abuses if these important technologies are misused or if they're allowed to be used carelessly for purposes that do great harm. And because it is on the books, that dynamic is shifted. Because it is on the books, the onus is on those who stand to benefit to come to the table with solutions to ensure that the harm is mitigated, that the harm is accounted for. I expect that this amendment, which simply pushes out that law from taking effect for 4 months, will pass, actually for 5 months because it goes from February 1st to June 30th. I expect that will pass. And I'm hopeful that we can come back and not continue to kick that can down the road. I am grateful for the work that the majority leader has done. I anticipate being a no vote on this bill in its current form because I am not willing to continue to kick that can down the road. I think there is a better solution out there. I think we were very, very close to it. I'm extraordinarily grateful for the work of the majority leader in this area. And I would like to see something done. If we can't, I don't want to step away from the commitments that we have made, imperfect as they are, for protections of those who would be victims of the abuse of this power unchecked.
Further discussion? Seeing none. The motion is the passage of SB 004. Are there any no votes? Senator Henriksen, Liston, with a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, SB 004 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senadora Gonzalez. Exum. Kirkmeyer. Pelton B. Baisley. Mr. Minority Leader. Madam Assistant Minority Leader. Snyder. Ball. Marchman. Please add the president. Signing of bills.
The president has signed Senate Bill 1, 2, and 3.
Did I? Oh. Announcements. Members, I have an announcement, and that announcement is that tomorrow is Denver Rustlers, and who knows if we'll have enough time to have breakfast in the morning, but if for some reason you decide not to be here, or if for some reason we come in later than we normally would, the event will begin at 9 a.m. at Shanahan Steakhouse with a breakfast served. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a reminder, there is information in your desk regarding an upcoming change to the legislative phone system. Please complete the questionnaire and return the form to the front desk before the end of the special session. Front desk staff will be available to answer any questions you may have. Tomorrow we'll probably come in at 10:30. I think we have to do some thirds, see if anything happens over in the House, and then we will be done for the session. So on that note, Mr. President, I move the Senate adjourn until 10:30 a.m. Tuesday, August 26, 2025.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
I said 10:30. I said 10:30.
10:30 a.m.
I did say 10:30.
10:30 a.m. No? No? Yes? Opposed, no? Oh, no opposed. The ayes have it, and the Senate will adjourn until 10:30 a.m. on Tuesday, August 26, 2025.